Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light? Oh, so proudly we hailed at the twilight that's gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we walked were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular amongst birds singing out, yeah, through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Welcome to Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by the Barn Dominion Company and Bresto Pros of the Midlands. Part of the Chief Sports Network. Go Gamecocks!
He'll be fire on the mountain.
That's a win! Ball is way out of here.
5 consecutive home runs for Carolina.
It is good. It's gone.
He's in. Touchdown.
Williams with a throw to the plate and the gap. He's going to score. It's a walk-off. Touchdown, South Carolina.
All right, greetings and good morning. Welcome aboard and welcome home inside the Gamecocks, the morning show built
by the Barndo Co. and presented by our friends at Resto Pros, who are always there when you need them. Resto Pros of the Midlands. Resto Pros Midlands SC.com. You can build your dream home in the Carolinas by heading to thebarndoco.com. And if you do that, you will also find a lot of their models that are award winners. They are Gamecocks. It is Gamecock owned and operated. Head to thebarndoco.com. That is the golden tones, or those are the golden tones of the great Mike Morgan. I am JB. We're here till noon, and then that's when you get JC and Mad Dog in the show. We've got John Strickland coming up today, and we'll do more previews with him, position previews. That's kind of our June thing before we turn the page to, what is it, Mike? Media Days in July? SEC Media Days?
Yeah, SEC Media Days.
Did
you ever go there in your time with the old station? Cover that?
No, this will probably not shock you. We were supposed to go one year. And ended up
they didn't pay for it.
Yeah,
budgets sometimes get in the way of programming. Not around here, damn it. But
well, I mean, I feel like back then, it was. I'm not saying it's not worth it to go, but I can basically get the same information from my studio that I would get there. I mean, outside of having a few conversations with some coaches and stuff like that, I don't even know that a lot of that is pertinent to what we need to do. All the stuff we need to get out of South Carolina, we can get it on our own time without having to travel to Atlanta. So,
yeah, no, I mean, it's changed a lot. And as I said a week ago, I think, quite frankly, the meetings in Destin have surpassed SEC Media Days in terms of content, in terms of significant things. Now, you don't have the collection of players that you do, but all the coaches are there, all the ADs are there, and the commissioner is always breaking news there. Right. And Destin's not a bad place to be for a few days in May. So you add all that up, and I could see if, like, in the old days of radio and the program director's like, look, we can only afford to send you to one place. I'd say, let's go to Destin. Let's go ahead and cover Destin. But SEC Media Days, when it really became a thing, and I go back to the late 90s covering them at the old Winfrey Hotel, which is now called something else. Same place we would stay at every year for the SEC baseball tournament. And to be on Radio Row was a big deal.
Right.
Not everybody got credentialed, and you knew some of those coaches, many of them would sit down with you. Just a little old station in Columbia, South Carolina, would sit down with you and do one-on-one interviews, and players would sit down with you and do one-on-one interviews. And I don't just mean South Carolina players. I mean players from all over the league. And then it started to get more and more of, coach doesn't have time for that. And the players, go into the print room, the TV room, or the national radio room, but one-on-one, we're not doing that. I'll never forget Kerry Tharp, the old sports information director before Steve Fink, who's still doing a great job in Columbia. He's got to be one of the longest tenured guys now in the SEC, because people are quitting those jobs left and right. They work really hard, long hours, long days, not great pay. And Kerry, because we were the flagship, gave us the only one-on-one interview with Lou Holtz. And that was like a huge deal. All that media, you got to remember, when Lou got the job at South Carolina, and back then the SEC was 12 teams.
12 teams, yeah.
And the coach would, like, go up the elevator and go down the elevator to the media rooms and then Radio Row. Lou was still a rock star.
Yeah.
People were infatuated with Lou. So all the national media was like, Houston, that Mark Rick, whoever, Mike DuBose, whoever the coach is, Jerry DiNardo.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Yeah.
Let's sprint to Lou Holtz, because we want to hear what he has to say about anything.
Well, when you were, the time you're talking about, Spurrier was still at Florida.
Yeah, and I was getting there.
Okay.
Yeah, no, you're right. So the two rock stars, but of course Steve had already been there since 1990. So like now we're late into the Spurrier tenure at Florida at that point.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, you still wanted Steve was still a rock star, but it was like, okay, we've been there, done that. Lou this is new. In 99, 2000, like it was like fresh. Holy smoke. Is Lou Holtz coaching at South Carolina? It was a massive deal, and everybody just flocked toward him. And then when Spurrier went to Carolina in 05, it was like, oh man.
Yeah.
Number one, Steve, we missed you because the personalities of SEC coaches are not the same without you in this room. And B, we are infatuated as heck as to see what you're going to be able to do at Carolina. So then he stole the show, and everybody would flock to him at SEC Media Days. And now, and then it was Saban with all their little Alabama fans with their little mini helmets. Gonna get an autograph, coach. It sure mean a lot to
that guy's there every year. The guy that dresses in costume.
That guy's. I mean, when it's in Birmingham, it is every Alabama fan you can think of. They're sitting there at the hotel lobby trying to get themselves a good old fashioned Saban autograph. Now I don't know if they're looking for a Kalen DeBoer autograph right now, but when it was Saban, it was ridiculous. I mean, it was basically the Nick Saban Invitational is what the SEC Media Days was. But now I don't know who the infatuation with is, right? Like Kirby is Kirby, Sark is Sark. Hugh Freeze, like who's the personality, Jamie, that really moves the meter in SEC football coaching?
Well, it's funny you said that. I think Lane. I think Lane does.
Lane is always good content. You're right.
Yeah, I think Lane does. It's funny you said that because I think it was last week or maybe the week before you weren't on, and Phil and I were in between guests, and media days came up, and I said, okay, here are the 4 days of guests, Phil. Rank them 1 through 4. Like if you were going this year and you had to pick one day that of the 4 days that are there, which day are you picking? Day one. It's funny you said it's hilarious you brought this up because I just pulled up the list to make sure I reminded myself. Day one is in whatever dialect he chooses. Brian Kelly, Lane Kiffin,
whatever dialect he chooses.
Shane Beamer, who has now set twice the all-time record for opening statements. Yeah,
Shane rocks the opening statement.
And he's kind of like owned it now. He's like, yeah, my son's got me at 17 and a half minutes this year. We'll see how far I go. So good for Shane I think Fink is the one that brought it to his attention. I think Steve was like, Shane, you're going a little long.
Going a little long here.
What do you think about, letting these guys get some questions in? And then last year he went longer. And then the fourth one was is Clark Lee. It's kind of a dud.
Clark's good. I like Clark a lot.
Yeah, I like Clark. But as far as like the personality and media,
yeah, he's not going to like entertain you per se.
No. So that's and Lane is Lane. He's like a boring talker, but whatever he says is generally going to have some magic to it. So
Lane's so snarky though. You got to love the snark.
Oh, I like Lane. I'm
a big Lane guy.
Huge fan of Lane Kiffin.
We're going to lose a lot when he leaves. I hope he doesn't go anytime soon.
I know.
It's been rumored for every job under the sun, but yeah.
So that's the first day, okay? So we'll rank that number 1 because I've only given you one. The second day is Hugh Freeze, Kirby, Josh Heupel, and Sark. So,
I mean, big names there.
Very interesting day. There's no
interesting
doubt about that.
Day. I don't think you're going to get a whole lot of great sound bites out of those 4.
No, obviously Heupel is going to be peppered with the quarterback stuff, so we'll see how quickly he squashes that. Kirby's always got something to say, and Hugh is going to be, it's an important year for you. Hugh Freeze, how many games do you think you'll win? Day 3 is DeBoer, Napier, Jeff Lebby, and Venables. And then, that's day 3. And then day 4 is Sam Pittman, Mark Stoops, which I'm about to ask you a question about that. Eli Drinkwitz, and Mike Elko. So if I was ranking them and it's not because of Beamer, I would go day one. I mean, it would be because of Beamer, but not only because of Beamer. I want to hear Brian Kelly, and I certainly want to hear Lane.
Yeah, no, I would agree with you. Eli, like him or hate him, and he's almost becoming the Tony Vitello of SEC football.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a whole lot of friends outside of Mizzou. He's good for some sound bites now. I will say that.
No doubt. And he'll say what's on his mind, Mike.
Not afraid. No. You know, I asked him once, I said, this is like his first couple of years in the league, where did the visor come from? He goes, oh, that's a homage to Spurrier. Like that was my guy growing up. That's why I wear it. And he's got a little Steve in him. And as soon as Missouri started winning 10 games a year, well, now Eli's not afraid to really give you a good soundbite because he's riding pretty high, pretty cocky. I know that took a little bit of a step back last year, but overall, you can't deny the fact that he's done a hell of a job at Missouri. Mm-hmm. He really has. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I would go with day one in that group. Yeah. But again, I don't think anything major is going to come out of that. You know, the biggest news, we talked about it yesterday, and I made a pact to myself. I am not going to say the words house settlement. I'm putting myself on house settlement probation for like a month. So I after a while, my head starts to buzz. But that news combined with some of the other stuff that came out of the meetings in Destin, I don't know what are media days really going to offer. So sometimes I ask myself, like, could ITG as a show justify going there and for 4 days at a table and doing the shows and representing the brand? Maybe, maybe not.
I mean, I think if anything, it's a networking event for us. For the fans, it's a TV event just to get you excited about football. I mean, they put the SEC network in there, Mike, as you well know, and now Saban is sitting in there, which is probably a little bit awkward at times for Kalen DeBoer. You know, and it's just something I think more so than the coaches, because I don't get anything out of the coaches speaking anymore.
No.
Ever. And I don't really care about the questions that are asked. There's only a couple of reporters left that go to this thing that actually come there with some sort of a real purpose and ask a real question. It's not like the old days. And now you get a bunch of just dudes that just are kind of doing their thing. I think that the bigger event from the fan side is when Laura and Saban and McElroy and all these guys that are on TV are able to kind of showcase the players and the coaches' personalities a little bit more. They're able to bring them up, they're able to talk to them, and you're able to laugh a little bit. And it's just the fact that it's mid-July and it's hot outside, and we're just ready for football, and we just get to hear guys talk about football.
Right.
And like that's what I get out of media days now. I don't really get anything like serious. You and I are not going to cut on the mic on that Tuesday morning after Shane Clark and Coach Kiffin and Coach Kelly speak and say, well, boy, I tell you what, they sure did drop a dime yesterday. This is what we're going to do for two. It's going to be nothing like that. It's just going to be listening to players and coaches have interviews on the SEC network, and it gets us fired up for the fact that 2.5 weeks later, they'll all be practicing.
Well, you hit on the key thing. And when the SEC network started televising these things, that was the game changer. So anybody can go and just watch it on TV. And when Feinbaum does his show, I know a lot of people, and I've been on the show a few times. I like Paul personally. He's always been good to me. But I don't need the same 7 callers. I'm not really interested in what they have to say in particular, kind of the trash talking back and forth. When you do a 4-hour show, you need some of that. Yeah. You got to take,
I get it.
Squirrel in Montgomery or whatever.
I think he passed away, but I hear you.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Yeah, those guys.
R.I.P. to the squirrel.
They're dying off pretty quickly. I know another one just died not too long ago. So
well, but what's that week? Paul gets some really good interviews with people that cover the sport nationally, people that I respect.
Yeah. And he did in Destin too.
And he did in Destin too. That to me is peak Feinbaum, and that's the content I'm looking for.
Yeah.
I'm looking for people that are very intelligent, that cover the sport year round, the same type of people that I wish we had on the actual selection committee for the college football playoff.
Right.
The same people that understand the difference between a 9-3 team with a ridiculously difficult schedule versus a 10-2 with one that's anything but. That's the kind of people that I want to hear from on the sport, and that's what you get during both Destin and media days, because their outlets will have them boots on the ground, so to speak. So
yeah,
we're a little bit away from that, but really not that far.
No.
Hey, a couple people have hit it in the chat box, Jamie, and I'm right there with them. Go Racers!
I know.
Go Racers!
I had somebody pass along, because we're going to hit a timeout and come back to this. I had somebody pass along something to me this morning that is so cool about this story. And I am definitely pulling for these guys. No, this is kind of it's kind of what I mentioned yesterday. You know, everybody wants to see, you know, the brands and the stars of the show on the biggest stage. I get it. But when you got 8 teams, there's nothing wrong with having a David in there. Like, you're going to have plenty of Goliaths. It's okay. I don't think there's anything wrong with having a David in there. And so now it adds to the intrigue. And even more so than that is there are 7 leagues represented in Omaha this year. Do you believe that? 7 leagues. And as bad as the SEC, everybody says they were in the postseason, they still have the most teams in Omaha. 2.
And the 2 favorites. We'll get to that in the Love Chevy drive around the SEC. But yeah.
Unfortunately, they got to play each other. But
yeah, that doesn't sit well with the people in Birmingham
No.
for obvious reasons. But
it
the
is
winner
what it
of that game on Saturday is going to have a major inside track to getting to the finals when you look at that bracket and the advantage of staying in the winner's side. So that'll be interesting to see who emerges victorious right off the bat.
I tell you what, we'll hit a timeout. We'll come back and we'll talk about it. But if you'll get us there, we'd appreciate that. So.
No, I'd be more than happy to, Mr. Bradford. I do think that we need to talk about the best roofing company in the state of South Carolina for about 30 years. Who do I speak of? Well, of course, I speak of the Leitners, and I speak of Mid-State Roofing. Larry Leitner, the owner, his son, Blake Leitner, they've been building new roofs, protecting your current roofs, maintenance contracts, anything that you might want, anything that you might need. They've been the standard now, again, for 30 years. You can go to the website, check them out, midstateroofing.com. You can also just give them a call directly at 803-356-1919. 356-1919. They provide the proper advice, service, results for your facility, your home, in a manner that's both safe and pleasing to your operation. This is one of those things, you know, we talk about the importance of patio furniture. Like, if you go on the cheap, you're going to be kind of suffering through that. You really don't want to try to go on the cheap when it comes to roofing. Kind of a big deal when you have a poor roof installed or repaired. Go with the best. Go with Mid-State Roofing. They will take good care of you. Tell them you heard about it on ITG. That's Larry and Blake Leitner. That's Mid-State Roofing.
It is 10:22. We will step aside for a quick timeout. We'll come back. We'll get into the World Series. Got plenty of football today. I love Chevy drive around the SEC. We'll get a couple happy meters in today. We started off with a bang last week. We won't get through all of them today, but we will get some of those in. And we've got John Strickland ahead as well. We'll preview a couple of positions with him as we continue our position previews through the month of June with our bouncer, Big John. We'll be right back.
Mike here for my good friend Troy Branham of Golden Gate Mortgage. Let's face it, it's been a rough go for mortgage rates the last couple of years. And now more than ever, you need someone on your side to get you the very best possible rate on a new mortgage or a refi. That's where Troy comes in. 27 years of experience working for you. Conventional, FHA, VA, USDA, renovation, rehabilitation loans, all doable with my man Troy Branham of Golden Gate Mortgage. And when I say doable, I mean the best possible rate that's out there. It's a phone call that can literally save you thousands of dollars. 803-238-0111. 803-238-0111. You can also check out the website ggmortgage.com.
Remarkable, 5-star, sensational. These are just some of the terms used to describe nationally renowned chef William Turner out of Scottsdale, Arizona. Originally from Georgetown, South Carolina, and a diehard Gamecocks fan, Chef Will made his way out west and has served parties from every state and many countries from across the globe. If you're in Arizona or have plans elsewhere, visit chefwilliamturner.com to inquire about private events and more. From MLB to NFL, the chef has served everyone. He's won all the awards, done all the press. There's a reason for that. Food from every culture, all of it first class. ChefWilliamTurner.com and Chef Will Turner on socials. You won't believe what you see. You really won't believe how it tastes.
Charleston Fitness Equipment is keeping South Carolina in shape. Clients have come from all over the Palmetto State to find that one piece of equipment that they enjoy that keeps them looking and feeling good. Whether it's a home rower, treadmill, elliptical, free weights, a home gym, or something else, Charleston Fitness Equipment keeps the mirror smiling back at you. Get in shape like the Gamecocks do. Visit charlestonfitnessequipment.com. Gamecock owned and operated and proud partners of Inside the Gamecocks, the show.
We got started in 1979. Because we're a manufacturer, we're able to control our costs. That's why we like to manufacture as much of the product as we can, because in our factory stores we can offer a competitive edge over other people around the country. When people come into one of our Palm Casuals, it's like they're buying their car at Detroit. They're going right to the factory and buying their car.
30-day money-back guarantee. That's a big deal with us. I mean, we give 30 days to do anything. I mean, return it, change it, get a different color, get your money back.
When you pull into a store and it says Palm Casual, you know you're at a factory store.
Summer programming on the Chief Sports Network is presented by Electric Bikes Charleston. Enjoy your summer like never before. Visit electricbikescharleston.com. Go Gamecocks.
It is summer. It is also right now at GamecockTraditions.com, 25% off site-wide. The Father's Day sale ends on Thursday. 25% off the entire site. GamecockTraditions.com. You might want to get in there and order it now. And I don't know if they'll be able to get it to you by Saturday, which is the day before Father's Day, but you can at least let them know that it's coming if you head to GamecockTraditions.com. 25% off site-wide now at Gamecock Traditions, GamecockTraditions.com. The College World Series will begin on Friday, and the first game will be the Coastal Carolina Chanticleers in Arizona, who upended the Tar Heels in Chapel Hill this past weekend in the Super Regional. That'll be followed Friday evening by 8th-seeded Oregon State and Dan McDonald's Louisville Cardinals, who have returned for the 6th time under the former Citadel Bulldog, Coach Mack. And then on Saturday, Murray State and UCLA. That's a 2 o'clock first pitch. All these games are on ESPN. Murray State, we're going to talk about just a second after beating Duke last night. Some news there, by the way. And then the big one on Saturday evening at 7 o'clock, Arkansas and LSU, number 3 and number 6 seeds. Chris Pollard is the target, by the way, for Virginia. Virginia is going after Chris Pollard to replace Brian O'Connor in Charlottesville. So we'll see what happens. But so Murray State, and I saw it just a second ago in the Nana Sports chat box, Craig mentioned Jonathan Hogart, who had a couple of balls out of the yard last night. He says he could play for any team in the country. He's a problem. I'd love for us to poach him. Well, First of all, they're not going to break the rules, Craig. That's number one. Number two, if you don't know where Murray, Kentucky is, it's just a tad west of Fort Campbell. Fort Campbell guards Murray State University. So if you poach one of their players, you're dead. The U.S. military is going to be on your ass, and you don't want to deal with that. So I wouldn't do it. We'll leave that to the Wildcats or whoever wants to challenge Murray State up there. But I got a text this morning. It was forwarded, via text from Twitter. The coach at Murray State, Skirka, what's his name, Mike? I forgot. Skirka, Dan Skirka.
Oh, okay.
He cuts the grass.
Yeah, I saw that.
They don't have a big field crew up there.
No.
And which I'm a huge fan of, because when I was a baseball coach and running the program in Mount Pleasant and all that stuff, that my favorite thing in the world. As a matter of fact, when I retire one day, I just want to find a ballpark somewhere that will allow me to work on the field. Like that's my piece right there.
You'll be Gump. You'll be Forrest Gump. When Jenny passed, he just went out there on his riding mower, and that's how he passed the time.
Yeah, I'm all for it, man. I love it. I love rebuilding mounds. I love cleaning out batters boxes and catchers boxes and putting the clay back in and making them perfect and chalk. I love doing everything, getting the lips out of there. I mean, it's when you grow up playing baseball, if you don't take care of the field, you don't get to play on it. At least that's how it was when I grew up. If you don't want to work on the field, then we just won't put you in the lineup. So I found an affinity for that. But you don't see this very often in college anymore, unless it's at the JUCO ranks, some D2s and stuff like that. This guy gets out there and cuts the grass, and then he coaches this team. And I was watching his interview last night. Hard not to like this cat in this group, and I think they're going to have a lot of fans that they didn't know existed once they start playing on Saturday.
No doubt. I mean, we talked about it some yesterday. I hesitate to say that this might be the last sport where you see this. You're not going to see it in football, never do. Not going to see it in women's softball, you don't. Women's basketball, you don't. And I think men's basketball, the Cinderella stories are fading a bit because of the portal.
Yeah.
Baseball for now still has this. And we can't call Coastal a Cinderella because Coastal is just damn good and have been for a long time.
Yeah.
But Murray State certainly is.
100%.
That's just terrific. And again, Little Rock pushed it to the brink, and we've seen programs like Stony Brook in years past. I mentioned Southwest Missouri State was out there with us in 2003 in Omaha. It can still happen in baseball for now. I don't know. I don't know 5 years from now if we're going to see many of these stories again, because it's dramatically shifting pretty soon. But nevertheless, it's an awesome story.
They're the fourth 4 seed, like 4 in a regional for anybody miscalculating that, to ever get to Omaha. Fresno State,
who won it all
in 2008. Murray State, Kent State was a 4 seed, right?
Yep, that's what got him the Georgia job.
Yeah. And who am I missing here?
Murray State, Kent State, Fresno State, Stony Brook.
Oh, Stony Brook, yeah. Who went through LSU and Paul Maneri.
Sure did.
Yeah, that's right. And this is in the format that we're in now. Like, remember, the Citadel Bulldogs went to the College World Series in 1990. But that was back during a true regional format. You played in a regional, and then if you won the regional, you went to Omaha. And then they expanded the field. They went to regionals and supers, as you well know, Mike, because you've called plenty of them. But back then, it was a little bit different how they did it. So it's in the modern era. Whatever. There's still 64 teams in it every single year, and there's 16 number 4 seeds, and they never get out of a regional ever. And not only did these guys go through Oxford, then they went through Durham, and now they're here, and they get to play UCLA. I was actually looking at their stats this morning, just kind of trying to, I mean, they're like, it's not like they didn't win any games this year. I mean, they've won 44 games or 44-15. And it made a little bit more sense when they went to Oxford and played so well, because they actually went there during the regular season and lost to Ole Miss by 1 run. They beat Kentucky and Lexington this year 5-4. So they had some SEC challenges during the regular season, midweeks. But obviously they were unfazed. Here's a stat for you. Number one, they get on base. As a team, they have a 421 OBP. That's crazy. And everybody in the lineup is over 400 except for one guy. That's even crazier. And why is that? I mean, they hit 307 as a group, Mike. Like that's pretty good, but it's not, it's not like they're hitting 340 on the year with 120 home runs. I mean, they've hit 78. Like all those things you see that a lot in college baseball. Those are very common numbers in college baseball right there. What is not common is the fact that walks and HBPs, they have 435 of those, and they've only struck out 412 times. So they get on base a ton, and they score a lot of freaking runs. Like they average like 9 runs a game. And that's been their formula offensively. They don't steal a lot of bases. They just get on via base hit or walk or HBP, and they find a way to get them in. So the fact that they're here, to me, looking at those numbers, really, honestly, not that shocking.
To use a Moneyball quote, we want this guy. He's cheap. He's this. He's that. But you know what he does, Jamie?
Gets on base.
He gets on base.
Yeah.
That's that formula, by the way, will never. I don't care in an analytical world and launch angles and spin rates and everything else. That will never change. The getting on base will never not be important. And a strikeout is not just another out. A strikeout is a out of futility. Mm-hmm. It doesn't put any pressure on the defense. It doesn't move runners over. No, I've never bought into that. And so there is room for something like that where guys just by hook or by crook, to use an old Tommy Moody saying, get on base. And by the way, it's Kenny just mentioned it in the chat box. Thank you, 1801 Media, for reminding us on this day 19 years ago, Carolina hit 5 straight home runs in Athens. I saw a Gamecock Bourbon Society. I don't know who that is, but I love the handle. So shout out to at Gamecock Bourbon. Says, I'll never forget watching this. Went to high school with Phil Disher and was so glad he was part of this history. Reminds me how much I miss Morgan on Air and Tommy Moody. They were the best. Thank you for that. And thank you for reminding me how old I've become, because 19 years ago, goodness gracious. That's incredible.
I remember that like it was yesterday.
I do too, which doesn't make it feel like 19 years ago. Like it makes it feel like 7 years ago. I
asked Coach Tanner, I was talking to Coach Tanner one time, and I said, of course I joked with him. I said, Justin still thinks that the furthest of the 5 was off his bat, but he's wrong. Disher's went further than all of them.
Disher's shot in Charlottesville.
Yeah.
Speaking of Coach O'Connor, that's one of the farthest home runs I've ever seen hit in a college baseball game.
Yeah.
The Aiken Bomber blasted that one, and UVA was never the same. They looked like, oh, bleep. These guys are just built differently. And they had Sean Doolittle and Ryan Zimmerman. Like, they had pros. By the way, did you see that? I'll go over this in the drive, but did you see the salary they gave Brian O'Connor and Starkville?
No, I didn't see it.
Second highest paid coach in the SEC. There's only 2 that are in that $3 million range, and he is now one of those 2.
Is the other one? Who's the other one? Jay Johnson?
No. The other one is oh gosh.
Well, if it's not Jay Johnson, it's not Van Horn.
I have the list.
And it's not Sully.
No. I think a lot of people be surprised.
Is it Vitello?
It's Vitello. Thank you.
Okay,
I don't know why I drew a blank on that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Tony.
He's got a new deal. Like
just
last
got a
year.
new deal, and they G'd him up, as the kids like to say. So Vitello is one, but I mean the salaries are insane. There was a time nobody even dreamed of making $1 million as a college baseball coach. But in the SEC, and I'll go over the list later. That's crazy.
How do you think he'll do there?
I don't know because Vitale is at $3.25 million.
Yeah.
I don't know, Jamie, because you couldn't think of a more different place to coach, to go from Charlottesville, Virginia, which I've been to multiple times for baseball. It's kind of laid back, and UVA, like, they like baseball, but they're not calling talk shows after a series loss. Fire them. They don't do that there. They're just, it just doesn't register. At Mississippi State, yes, you're going to have more fans, you're going to have more resources, you're going to have more everything. You're also going to have a hell of a lot more pressure. And the kind of kid that's attracted to Virginia might not be attracted to Mississippi State. They're two entirely different schools. So I think it's going to be fascinating. And I know quite a bit about how that went. He wasn't going anywhere last year. He just wasn't. So it wasn't going to South Carolina. He wasn't going to whatever. He had a son who was a rising junior in baseball. He didn't want to move his family. They were very happy. And this year, it was going to take something ultra special, like about a $3 million a year deal. And I think, too, he this year read the writing on the wall with all these things changing in college baseball. He knows they're not going to be able to compete to the same level. They're not going to get, from an NIL standpoint and the scholarships and the budget. The UVA's AD did everything she could to keep him, but I think he saw the writing on the wall that I'm not going to be able to pull this off anymore at Virginia. And so he took a job where baseball's number one at Mississippi State. It just is. They know their limitations in the other sports. They believe this is their thing to hang their hat on. So the timing was right. And, of course, the money.
Yeah.
My goodness, the money.
Well, I think the money expands beyond just the salary because I'll say this time and time again, like, everybody looks at the dude and they look at the fact that Mississippi State is such a brand and that they won the national championship under Limo, and they all just assume that they had all this NIL money to throw around. They did not. Like, that is a false narrative that's out there. They did not have a ton of NIL money to spend. And, so they were trying to make things work. It was a square peg, round hole situation and a lot of different recruitments. How can we figure this out? And they missed on a lot of guys because of that. And it's not like kids didn't want to go to Mississippi State, but it's the SEC, and the offers they were getting were better. And so they went off and played in other places and things of that nature. But, Mississippi State and South Carolina and other programs in this league are kind of in very similar situations in the fact that it's you right now. I mean, obviously we just hit on all the stuff yesterday with the changes and the settlement, et cetera. But like right now, if you're going to quote unquote throw money at it, now's the time to do it. If you're going to do it, you better throw money at it now. And obviously the Gamecocks are committing a bunch of NIL resources, and I don't know this. I have no idea. Mike, we could probably find out through some back doors, I would imagine, but I would venture a guess here that Mississippi State committed something to Brian O'Connor and saying, look, you get this ballpark, which is the best in the country. You get this league, which is the best in the country. You're going to get this salary, which clearly is going to be one of the best in the country. Here's what we're going to do to help you get players. And I would imagine that was, if not the tipping point, a heavy chunk that tipped it in the favor of, okay, as you just pointed out, I don't think Virginia is going to do this here. And if I want to be able to maintain what I've built for the last 22 seasons, I'm going to probably have to go do that somewhere else. It's going to invest a little bit more into it, and Bulldogs probably will.
100%. You first off, you don't pay a coach $3 million and then go cheap on the other stuff.
No,
right?
You can't do that. Yeah,
we're going to make you the second highest paid coach in college baseball, but we're not going to go full bore on scholarships and NIL. No, that is to use a term that we use a lot on JC and Morgan. That's a caged animal hire. and a caged animal reaction to underachieving the last few years in Starkville. And to the point where they're like, okay, we can't do this. We've got to go ahead and regain prominence. So open up pass the hat around, get the collection plate going. We're going to go ahead and go balls to the wall on the next hire in this next iteration of Mississippi State baseball. One other thing that happened that's not reported that I found out, Mississippi usually has you automatically have 4 years left on your deal rolled over. They told Mike Bianco, you're not getting another year. He lost a year. So Keith Carter, the AD at Ole Miss, said, nope, not going to do that. Not going to do that this year. Queen, we love the Queen. God save the Queen. Hey, Mike, the Braves finally turned it on last night and the bullpen didn't blow it. Yes, the Braves snapped a 7-game losing streak. It wasn't a 1-run game. We know they would have lost that, but they did defeat the mighty Milwaukee Brewers on the road. So congratulations. We'll see now 9 games under 500 if this is the start of something big or if it's just a blip on the radar screen.
Who knows?
Who knows? Who knows? We shall
Did you see the catch last night in Oakland?
Yes.
Holy moly.
Yes.
That is
basically climbed the wall and it was like video game stuff.
Yeah.
It was like Tom Cruise and Mission Impossible 27 type stuff.
Like crazy catch stuff. I mean,
like
if it
Marcus
was
Macbeth type stuff.
100. Oh yeah. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. If there was, if it was like in today's world, a Mike Trout or something like that, but in yesterday's world, if that was Andrew Jones or a King Griffey Jr., you'd see that clip forever. It would never go away. I hope that they don't let it go away. I know I can't remember his name. He's not one of the bigger names out there, but sweet mother. That's one of the best catches I've ever seen in the game of baseball.
Sweet mother.
I just couldn't believe it. Could not believe it. Anyways, all right. Let's squeeze in one more quick timeout here, Mike.
Squeeze away.
We got the Low Chevy Drive coming up, and we got Strick coming up at 11:30. So when we come back, I do want to get quickly into the happy meter with a couple of SEC programs, couple of happy meters we got to get to today. We'll get all these done here in the next few weeks, and then throughout the season, we'll adjust the happy meter based on what's going on. And it'll be just a never-ending thing. We are brought to you by Palm Casual, palmcasual.com. Enjoy the outdoors, not the way that I would right now. It is pouring rain and lightning here at my house, so God help our power. Palmcasual.com, 4 locations in South Carolina, 1 now in Wilmington, and they are Gamecock-owned and operated, and it is the best outdoor furniture that you can possibly get. You can buy the crap from Amazon, have at it, and then you can buy the crap from Amazon again next year, or you can just put all that money into something that you're going to have for a long time. Palmcasual.com. Happy meter when we return.
Oh, man, the building is on fire.
Emergencies and accidents happen. When you're in the middle of a fire or water event, all you want is for things to return to normal as soon as possible. Resto Pros of the Midlands is with you, guiding you through the process and working with you to get your home or office back in working order. They'll answer your questions, discuss procedures, and can act as your advocate when it comes to processing your insurance claim. Resto Pros Midlands SC.com. Open 24/7 when you need them. Quality that is guaranteed.
Welcome to SEC Sunday Night, part of the Chief Sports Network. Debuting Sunday, June 1st at 8 p.m. on the Chief Sports app and the Chief Sports YouTube page. Hosted by Rob Williams and Craig McMichael, SEC Sunday Night will feature the conversations, have the information, and host the guests that make this storied conference great. Join us June 1st for SEC Sunday Night on the Chief Sports Network.
Welcome to Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions. Basement crawl space encapsulation designed for your specific needs. Your crawl space can be susceptible to all sorts of issues, including moisture buildup, mold growth, and structural damage if not cared for properly. Let our trained experts provide basement crawl space encapsulation solutions to protect your home, improve air quality, and enhance energy efficiency. Schedule your consultation today for a safer, healthier space at dryspacecs.com. Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions, proud supporters of your South Carolina Gamecocks.
Happy summer from the Barn Dominium Company, where they are building dream homes all across the Carolinas. Their turnkey process can be custom designed, and you build it your way. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com. That's thebarndominiumco.com for floor plans, photo galleries, locations, and to learn more about us. Gamecock owned and operated.
It's the final segment, hour one. Strick is ahead. So is our Love Chevy drive around the SEC. Those are the golden tones of the great Mike Morgan.
You see me okay? So I'm frozen in my laptop.
You look great, Mike. Makeup.
Okay.
You already went through makeup this morning, I see.
yeah. Something like that. Something. By the way, on the Love Chevy drive around the SEC, did I just?
No, you're there. Oh, you muted yourself though. You got to unmute yourself.
Didn't. It's my laptop going crazy. I'm gonna have to reboot. But a tease. Here we go with the reboot.
Thunderstorms roll through the southeast. All right, it's 10:51. The happy meter is what we started last week, and if you missed that program. We got through eight teams of the 6 team in the Southeastern Conference. We went in alphabetical order through Ole Miss, and it's based on football, baseball, men's basketball, women's basketball, and softball, and how they played out this past season, where they finished, rankings, postseason success, yada yada yada. 5 is the best, 1 is the worst, and of those 8 teams, Alabama, Arkansas, Auburn, Florida, Georgia, Kentucky, LSU, and Ole Miss, Mike and I came to the conclusion that Ole Miss is the happiest fan base of the 8 at 4.75, closely followed by the Georgia Bulldogs at 4.5. The lowest, Alabama at 2.1. Why? Because Alabama football went 9-4 with a loss against Michigan in the ReliaQuest Bowl. They lost to Vanderbilt. Those are 2 of their 4 losses last year. And a 1-5 Alabama happy meter with football with that type of record starts you off at a 1. And so you got to climb from there. So we got to 2.1. So today, Mike, we'll do 2 more, and then we'll hit pause, and we'll have more next week. Let's go not in alphabetical order this week, though. Let's go with Oklahoma. We'll start with Oklahoma. Okay.
Oof.
6-7 in football, 2-6 in the league, their inaugural SEC season. They lost the Armed Forces Bowl. That's tough. And then in men's basketball, they did get into the first round. They were a 9 seed, 20-14, 6-12 in league play. Women's basketball was really good. They went to the Sweet 16. Softball, they just finished in the Women's College World Series. They were the number 2 overall seed. They won the SEC regular season title. And baseball, they were in a regional this year. We saw them in Columbia, as a matter of fact, the Witherspoon twins. So starting with football, 6-7, 2-6 on a 1-5 happy meter, where would they begin?
1 on football. And that's carried over from a couple of disappointing years for Coach Venables and a very big year in Norman. Very, very, very big year. And I think they'll be improved. They couldn't have a worse offensive line or wide receiver situation with all the injuries. But last year, 1 on football. They made the tournament in basketball. They don't take that for granted at Oklahoma, even though they've been to multiple Final Fours in their history. So I'll give that a 3. So what does that average out to? A 2?
Yeah.
And then now we got to start adding softball. Look,
Yeah.
their 4-peat is over.
Yeah, it is. And this is where softball, no district. I mean, Alabama, Florida, LSU, great softball communities, Ole Miss. But it matters a whole lot more at Oklahoma. And, we talked to Ashley about that. And everybody knows that. They are the brand now in softball. So this does affect the happy meter.
Yeah, you're used to riding 5s every year, winning titles, and then all of a sudden you don't win it all in OKC. For them now, that's like a 3, right? They didn't even make it to the finals. Texas Tech.
I would
3.5.
I'd nudge it yeah.
Okay,
I would nudge
3.5.
it a little bit because they did go through the SEC and they still won the regular season.
They
title.
did. Again, I always factor in what are the expectations there. It's like, how is Alabama not higher? Winning 9 games, because 9 games simply isn't good enough in football in Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, that's like winning 5 games at South Carolina. It might as well just miss a bowl game.
Might as well just miss a bowl game. You missed the playoff. Inexcusable for Kalen DeBoer. That's the way they look at it. So
2, 3.5. All right, so we're basically around like a. We're about a 3. Yeah, we're about 3.
I would say 3 tops. Yes, I think better days in Norman.
Oklahoma baseball just getting to a regional in year 1. Is that? It's an up.
I mean, they started off preseason. They were highly ranked, and I don't know if they really lived up to that.
So are we going to stay at a 3 flat?
You could go 3.25.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. 3.25.
If the sun is rising in Norman, the wind is always gusting over there.
Well, and you got to factor in the upcoming football season. They got a new quarterback. They got a new OC. So
they are optimistic about this football team. I will tell you that.
Beat Michigan in week 2.
Getting Mateer, huge get.
They'll be a lot more optimistic if around 10:30 Saturday night, September the 6th, they come out on top against the Wolverines.
If that happens, yes. Now, if it doesn't,
I'll take them. I'll take them right now. Let's go ahead and get the picks in.
Okay.
June, July, August.
Sure.
July, August, 3 months out. Yeah. Sooners win. All right, and then the second one that we'll do today are the Aggies of Texas A&M, who did what they do every year in football. Doesn't matter who the coach is; they're going to be 8-5.
Yeah.
So they lost the Vegas Bowl to Southern Cal.
Somewhere Jimbo is over there around his fire pit on the water, collecting his $75 million. Going, you fired me? Hey, I'd win 8-5 too.
Yeah. Hey, Southern Cal. Okay, they're not on our happy meter, but hear me out. Finishing the year 8-5, not it's not what they're paying Lincoln Riley $10 million to do, but he did go 2-0 against the SEC. Yeah, I think that's a saving grace right now. I don't know that they would have fired him. That's not what I'm saying. But I think that, look, they're not going to lose. There's no way they lose their first 4 games. Missouri State, Georgia Southern, at Purdue, Michigan State. That 5th one, though, they go to Illinois. That's all of a sudden.
How'd we get on Southern Cal?
Because they beat the SEC twice last year. Lincoln Riley beat the SEC twice last year. So I'm just saying, it wasn't a good year, but they were 2-0 against the league. They opened and closed with wins against them. All right.
True.
And A&M was one of them. So if you started 1 through 5 with the Aggies, they're right where they always are, no matter who.
Yeah, but that's still not good enough. They're going to be perpetually unhappy with perpetual 8-5 records.
Is that like a 2? Coaching change, you still won 8 games. I don't know.
I'll.
Is it under?
And they lost to Texas. I could have bumped it up if they won that game.
That's a good
point.
point.
What was their biggest win last year?
It would have been. Well, I can tell you who it wasn't. It wasn't South Carolina.
I know that.
Because they got the crap beat out of them.
Yeah.
In Columbia. It was I just had this pulled up, but I had meandered off into the Big Ten or traditional power Southern Cal.
You became Southern Cal obsessed all of a
Yeah,
sudden.
yeah. They had two big ones. They beat Missouri, who was a top 10 team at the time. And remember, they thumped them. They had 41
That's
to 10.
quality. It's quality. Tip of the hat.
And then just before Halloween weekend, it was the 15-point victory over 8th-ranked LSU at home. That was a big one.
That's the big one. That's the biggest one by far.
100%. They did go. Remember, they did win in the swamp early in the year. In Florida, we didn't really know what was going on with those guys.
Yeah, and that was, if I'm not mistaken, pre-Lagway.
I believe it was. Yeah, I think you're right.
I don't know. I'll go 2.5. Like you spend all this money and you're still paying Jimbo, and you've got all these facilities, and you got the cadets doing their dancing and throwing up batons, and that's spirit hands. Like you gotta do a little bit better to get in that 3 to 4 range.
I don't think this is going to get much higher than a 2.5 because baseball missed the postseason in year 1 under Michael Early. Men's basketball. And now Buzz is gone, but they did get to the second round. They were a 4 seed. Had a good year, really good year, actually.
In what now?
The men's basketball program went to the second round.
Did you say they got to the second round?
Yeah.
Who'd they beat in the first round?
I can't remember. They did get to the second round.
Why am I forgetting that? Who'd they beat in the first round?
Give me a second. I'll tell you.
I thought they got bounced in the first round.
Any more brain busters? Let's see here.
I thought they went one and done, and it was a disappointment because it was a team that
they beat Yale, and then they lost to Michigan.
Okay. Yeah. God, I don't even remember the Yale game, but I don't think it was a great year for Buzz. Then you lose Buzz, and I'm not sure how much they're even depressed about losing Buzz. I actually think that Bucky McMillan, Bucky Ball, is going to be very popular in Texas A&M. Buzz's games were sometimes really hard to watch. It's a style of play that is not for everybody.
No, like Frank Martin.
Yeah, exactly. So, and then baseball, major disappointment. I don't know, Jamie. I mean,
softball. Remember, they got upset in their own regional. They were the number 1 overall seed.
Yeah,
Liberty.
Maybe 2.5.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know that.
I think it's a 2.5 on the happy meter. I think they could use an injection of happiness right about now.
Well, and get those whatever you call those guys, those cadets or whatever they call them, get them out there dancing on the courthouse steps, and maybe that'll improve it.
On the courthouse steps, is that what you said?
Yeah, well, that's what they do when they come to Columbia. They do their little they do the midnight yell at the courthouse. So you get up, they're shaking their butts and they're doing all the little things.
Yep.
Well, I don't really, that's their tradition. I'm not going to pick on their tradition. But
Trust me, JC's already whatever you're about to say will pale in comparison to what JC is saying.
I don't really have anything to say. I'm just not a big fan of it. I don't know of any. I don't know that. I respect tradition. So I'm not gonna hate on something that I know nothing about. I know nothing about the origin of it. I think it's funny. I'm not so sure that I would, if I went to school there, that'd be kind of me. I'm assuming they offer these guys like full rides and probably, pay off their, debt for 30 years or whatever.
I'm going to say something positive. We did a Yale night broadcast before we did a Texas A&M football game. This is like their second year in the SEC. And Yale night is pretty cool. Like if you did something like that at Williams-Brice on a Friday night before a big game, I think it would crush.
No, absolutely. I mean, the place is packed, right?
Yeah.
When they do it. I mean, it's their tradition. It's just strange.
Not touching it.
I'm just used to seeing, all girls and stuff that run out and get, pick up the bat girls, dancing on the dugouts, and then you have these cats that. All All right, so with that, we'll give them a 2.5.
Can I tease the Love Chevy drive around the SEC? One of the things we'll get to, we need to get some football injected. There is a NFL draft analyst who I think does a really good job. You might not know him. He doesn't have a huge name. And he ranked the top quarterback prospects. 4 of them are from the Southeastern Conference. Okay. One of them, everybody listening will be very familiar with. The thing I like about this guy, he tells you, gives it to you straight, the good and the bad on everybody. There's no flawless quarterback this year in college football. I think what he says is very accurate on multiple fronts, on multiple guys. So something to look forward to.
Well, it's not far away. Powered by Electric Bikes of Charleston. We'll take that drive when we return.
This is Larry Leitner, owner and founder of Midstate Roofing. And for nearly 30 years, we've continued to be the proven leader in the roofing and waterproofing industry. Midstate Roofing's proven history is your assurance that our professionals at Midstate Roofing will provide the proper advice, service, and results to the needs of your facility in a manner both safe and pleasing to your operation. From high-rise to hospitals, manufacturing to industrial, Midstate Roofing designs and installs bonded systems with a protective guarantee that will keep your operation dry and running long into the future. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
And this is Blake Leitner, reminding you to protect that roof with a maintenance contract. Call me today at 803-356-1919 or online at midstateroofing.com. That's midstateroofing.com.
You'll speak to an on-call technician after hours or a Midstate Roofing staff member during hours at 803-356-1919 or online at midstateroofing.com. And as always, tell them Midstate Twins.
If you have a leak, let Midstate Roofing take a peek.
The season rolls on at Love Chevrolet, where the inventory is overflowing and the deals are in full bloom. Rev up your spring with Love's exclusive specials on Suburbans, Tahoes, Silverados, the entire lineup of award-winning Chevys on the lot now and ready to go. Spring-tacular savings at Love Chevrolet. We're talking the best selection of new Chevys, the lowest price, guaranteed. In fact, they'll beat any competitor's price or give you $1,000. The other dealers upsell, overcharge, and will say most anything to get the sale. At Love Chevrolet, satisfied customers do all the talking, and they say things like helpful, honest, and fun. Your trusted hometown Chevy dealer since 1961, Love Chevrolet. I-26 at Harbison and at lovechevy.com. Together, let's drive.
That's the power of love. Love Chevy.
Hey Gamecock Nation, my name is Kyle, longtime listener of the show and avid golfer. I wanted to take my game to the next level, but let's face it, golf is a hard game to learn on your own. I heard the ad from McKellar Enterprises and reached out to the owner and former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. In just 2 months of working with Meredith, I shot my lowest round ever, and I've never felt more confident in my golf game. So if you're looking to take your game to the next level, go to McKellarEnterprises.org and book your lessons today with former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. Go Gamecocks!
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting. Hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more.
This is my dirt.
Welcome back to Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by the Barn Dominium Company and Resto Pros of the Midlands. Hour 2 starts now.
Yeah, I'd hate to be the first to sell. This is my dirt, these are my fields, where I harvest what I plant. That little pond, I catch bluegill. I built that barn with my 2 hands, where I raise my babies, a piece of me. Now this ain't just a piece of land. The money be great, but I can't part ways with a life that works. You can't put a greenback dollar on what it's worth.
It's now time to take a drive around the SEC.
Okay.
You're
Hello? Okay, I can't get...
Testing. 1 2 1 2. Check.
Computer's just going to freeze every time, and I thought we had Strickland at the top of the hour, so that's a curveball for me.
No, he's at 11:30.
Did I get that memo? I don't know if I got that. Did you see the memo on the TPS reports? Because I didn't get it. All right, we will press on anyway. Frozen laptop, no memo and all. First off, we're talking about the top baseball salaries. And yes, now Tony Vitello is number one at 3.25.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a new sheriff in town in the 2 slot. That's Brian O'Connor. Mississippi State broke off the bank to get O'Connor, so he is second at 2.9. 2.9. And then you've got in order here, we've got Schlossnagel, we've got Corbin. These guys are all over 2. Sully is at 1.77. Jay Johnson of LSU, 1.675. Mike Bianco at 1.6. I mentioned the latest on his contract. Dave Van Horn at 1.45. That's a bargain.
Yeah.
That is a bargain.
Can't imagine that's going to be for much longer.
To give you an idea, Lamonis was at 1.325.
Yeah.
So they nearly tripled what they're paying the new guy. Maneri at 1.3, Butch at 1.275, Skip Johnson of OU, $1 million, Wes Johnson of Georgia, $1 million. That's going to get bumped up.
Yeah.
Michael Early of A&M, 900, Rob Vaughn at Bama, 900, Mingione, Kentucky, 805, and Carrick Jackson of Missouri, $700,000.
He's still there.
Still there, yeah. And I'm making a move over there in Como. There's a new metric here. I was just going over this this morning. I don't put a whole lot into any of the polls. I am fascinated by computer polls sometimes, Jamie, more than I am just a regular guy putting out a list. Now, yeah. I don't know what exactly ESPN does to come up with their FPI metric, but supposedly it measures team strength and a predictor of team's performance given the schedule that they have. So it does take into consideration strength of schedule. I do like that part of it.
Yeah.
So you want to take a guess at who the top 3 teams are in the FPI metric preseason Southeastern Conference?
Yeah, let's see here. I'll go with Texas.
Correct. 34% chance of winning the SEC.
I'll go with Georgia.
Correct. Second with 27% chance.
And I will go with Alabama.
Correct. 17% chance. So those are the top 3 on virtually everybody's board. Now here's where it gets a little bit quirky. Who do you think would be 4th in this deal?
South Carolina.
No, A&M with a 4.3% chance. 5 is Tennessee, 4.2. 6 is LSU at 3.5. 7 is Ole Miss at 2.8. Auburn is 8th, and Carolina is 9th at 1.8. 10 is Oklahoma. 11 is Florida. 12 is Mizzou. And then Arkansas and Kentucky, and of course the bottom 2, Vandy and Mississippi State.
Yeah.
Any thoughts on the... it is what it is. I mean, again, it's just a bunch of data spitting out numbers. There's nobody to even argue with about it.
Yeah, I was about to say, if I had a problem,
damn you, computer!
Who exactly am I going to about this?
Yeah, you're arguing with a hard drive, and that's not a good look. That's when we That's when we say, maybe it's time that we go ahead and Baker Act Bradford and send them to the funny farm. And I mean that with all due respect.
No, I get it.
Okay. So I tease this at the top. More football here. And then I'll finish with the Omaha odds. But more football here first. You familiar with Jordan Reed? Jordan Reed is a ESPN NFL draft analyst. I actually think he does really good work. Like, I read his stuff. With all due respect to Mel Kiper and McShay and the guys that are on TV more, Reed does a really good analysis. So he ranked the top 22 draft eligible quarterbacks, and in the top 10, no surprise, there are a number of SEC guys, 4 of them, in fact. Now, this is only in alphabetical order. He did not do a true 1 through 10 ranking, but in the top 10, Arch Manning, John Mateer, Garrett Nussmeier, and Lenore Sellers, and then he had in the best of the rest category Talon Green of Arkansas. So I'll just read you some of these kind of breakdowns of each quarterback. So Arch Manning, he has where he excels. Started just 2 college games, throwing for 583 yards, 4 touchdowns, 2 picks. Has a well put together frame, allowing him to avoid defenders in the pocket, bounce off tacklers. Manning has a picture-perfect base. They used to say that about you, Jamie, in college, right? Picture-perfect base. The ladies loved the Bradford base, they called it.
Yeah.
And smooth delivery, something else Jamie had, as a passer. He doesn't have much experience in that department, as Texas used him primarily as a runner, but his prototypical build and physical tools were apparent on tape and give him immense potential. He'll be under the tutelage of one of the best quarterback developers in Sark, but his lack of experience makes him more likely to be in the 2027 draft class. I don't know about that. I think he's gone after this year. Where he needs work. Manning has only 95 career passing attempts, so his sample size is small. His development is necessary. He had a habit of sticking to his primary read too long, leading to poor decision-making. He will need to improve his timing and getting through progressions and knowing when to move off his first read. He could also use his mobility much more on non-designed QB runs to help string together positive plays. He'll be tested on these things early as the Longhorns start the season at defending national champion Ohio State. You have any thoughts on that analysis?
No, about what I expected to read.
He's high on Mateer. I'll just give you a quick synopsis. Broke out in 2024 at Wazoo, threw for 3,200, 29 touchdowns, only 7 picks, aggressive playmaker who has all sorts of funky releases, allowing him to reposition his body and still get the ball out efficiently. Has arm strength and isn't hesitant to make far hash throws, fierce competitor. Some of the positives on Mateer. And then Garrett Nussmeier. He's got Nussmeier.
There's a guy that used to there were people that used to do that in ballparks. Now batting, Mike Morgan.
Yeah, exactly. Nussmeier.
Never understood
Nussmeier.
That. So you didn't need to do it twice.
No. So he is a 6'2", 200-pound fifth-year senior. Where he excels, up and down in his first year as a starter, replacing Jaden Daniels. He threw for over 4,000 yards, 29 touchdowns, 12 picks. The son of Saints offensive coordinator Doug Nussmeier, Garrett has a firm grasp on defensive structures and coverages. He has the most jaw-dropping highlight tape of any quarterback in the class, as he routinely delivers the ball to where his targets are supposed to be. He also has a flexible arm, which allows him to alter his arm slots while maintaining accuracy. Now, what does he need to work on? Daredevil mentality can backfire. Careless with the ball, especially against better defenses. Decision-making must improve outside the pocket. Okay?
We saw that in Columbia.
Yeah, but he didn't make many mistakes in Columbia.
Well, he did make a couple. They just didn't burn him as bad because he's a flopper, Mike. They need to add that into his
He is a flopper.
He's a
I don't think that's going to count against him, but yes, he is a flopper.
But he'll be fine in the NFL.
Yeah, I think it's if he can clean up some of the things that Mr. Reed is talking about there, Jordan Reed. He's got a little Brett Favre in him sometimes. He just gets careless. So when he's down 10, he feels like he's got to make the perfect throw, and he'll give it away. He'll throw a turnover. They don't like that at the next level. All right, so here's his take on Lenoris. 6'3", 242, redshirt sophomore. Where he excels, Selzer's is toolsy, a term you hear a lot in baseball scouting.
Toolsy.
Got a lot of tools. Explosive dual threat passer who completed 65% of his passes for 2,500 yards and 18 touchdowns. On the ground, he ran for 674 and 7 touchdowns. He can easily throw to every level of the field, and his compact, strong frame makes him a game changer on designed quarterback runs. Sellers' unique strength and vision in the pocket allows him to make plays in unfavorable situations. Many of his top highlights last year were the result of him avoiding and shaking off tacklers. His raw ability, tools, youth, he's 20 years old, and projected ascension are selling points teams are willing to bet on early in the draft. Really good, right?
Yeah.
All right, where he needs work as they poke and prod all these guys. The offense Sellers ran last year was a simplistic mixture of mesh concepts, pre-snap reads, and an occasional go route. He threw 27% of his passes at or behind the line of scrimmage, which ranked 92nd in FBS. Along with increasing his understanding and advancement of concepts, Sellers needs to take better care of the ball. He had 11 fumbles last year. He also needs to make decisions quicker. His 3.06 second average time to throw was the 11th slowest in the country.
Huh. All right.
And then finally, Talon Green and the best of the rest of Arkansas. I know you're high on Talon. Green enters his second year at the Razorbacks after spending his first 3 years at Boise State. He's a big, dynamic, dual-threat passer at 6'6", 230, who had 602 yards and 8 touchdowns on the ground last year. He threw for 3,154 yards, 15 touchdowns, 9 picks. His throwing motion is a bit elongated, and he needs to work on his consistency and rhythm from the pocket. By the way, some of the non-SEC guys in the top 10, Drew Allar of Penn State. Everybody's loving them some Drew Allar. Carson Beck is back in there, despite having a major down year in Georgia. Kate Klubnik is on everybody's list. Sam Levitt of Arizona State. I'm a big Sam Levitt guy. I like Sam. Who else? This is the one name I did not expect to see. Fernando Mendoza of Indiana.
Oh.
The transfer from Cal.
Yeah.
I did not have that on my bingo card. Everybody else I pretty much expected. Some of the other ones in the best of the rest. Mark Gronkowski of Iowa, transferred from South Dakota State. Eli Holstein of Pitt. Josh Hoover of TCU. Nico of UCLA. Nico's still there. Rocco Becht of Iowa State. All right, finally, one return trip to baseball. Omaha odds. This is from Caesars. Yeah, there's only 2 teams from the SEC. They're the highest odds on the board. LSU plus 300. Arkansas plus 350. Guess who's third, Jamie Bradford?
Oregon State.
Coastal.
Oh.
Plus 600 on the Chanticleers. Louisville plus 800. Arizona plus 800. UCLA plus 1,400. Oregon State plus 1,600. No love for the Beavers. Nice, Beaver. And Murray State, if you want to be rich, this is your chance. Plus 10,000. Plus 10,000, Jamie. You put $100 on the Racers.
Hey, you're
in cash.
Yeah, you just had a nice summer.
You had a really good summer.
Go get you some Palm Casual furniture and get you a new electric bike.
You might buy a new car from Love Chevy. That's what you might do. Ben Hoover over there. 1,000 low price guarantee. If you find it somewhere else lower, you are getting some extra cash on that. But you're not going to find it lower, and you're not going to find better service than you will at Love Chevy in Harbison. Maestro, take us out, please.
Brought to you by Love Chevy. Act now for spectacular savings on the best selection of new Chevys. I-26 at Harbison and at lovechevy.com. Together, let's drive.
The draw for Coastal is interesting. Omaha, since I've ever had a microphone and been able to speak about the College World Series, it is the same thing every year. It will never change. It is always a mixture of the best teams in the country and the hottest teams in the country. Every year, it's the best and the hottest. I would LSU and Arkansas are two of the best teams in the country. I would say that UCLA is one of the best teams in the country. I know a lot of people don't want to say that, but it's true. Murray State is one of the hottest teams, if not the hottest, in the country. Louisville, one of the hottest teams in the country. Oregon State, one of the best teams in the country. Arizona, one of the hottest teams in the country. In my opinion, I don't know if I listed the top 10 or 15 teams today that I think are the top 10 or 15 teams I watched this year. I'm not sure I'd put Arizona in there, but they are hot. And they've been playing very well. Would you list Coastal as one of the hottest teams in the country or one of the best teams in the country, Mike?
Both.
Oh, so that makes them dangerous if that's true.
Well, they've got pitching.
Well, that's very true. They got Mel Williams.
They've got pitching. We talked about the catcher yesterday, but they've got enough arm. You don't have to have it's college baseball, right? The bullpens, closers work 2 1/3, unlike in the majors where they work an inning. But they've got enough starting pitching where, yeah, conceivably they could make a run.
Ooh, we'll see. I mean, I think this whole CWS this year, like if you said give me a national champion, I'm not going to back away from Arkansas because I've been on the Razorbacks since day one, or more like day 45 or something like that in March. But you know what I'm saying. But at the same time, how does this thing unfold? I have no earthly idea. Who knows? I think this will be one of the more unpredictable College World Series we've seen in I don't even know how long. The bracket 1, I have no clue because I love Oregon State. Louisville traditionally doesn't play very well when they get to the middle of America, but they're hot. And a lot of those years, Louisville was a team that was projected to maybe win the thing. I don't think there's a lot of folks maybe giving them that projection this go around. So who knows what Dan McDonnell and his kids do out there. Arizona, they got clobbered in game 1 in Chapel Hill, and you thought, holy smokes. And then they, turned it around, didn't phase them. They won. I don't know what to think in bracket 1. I'll stay with Arkansas in bracket 2. I have no idea what to think in bracket 1.
Don't know either. Unpredictable. Would love to see Dave Van Horn finally punch his ticket. He's earned it.
I know.
For years and years. He's been one of the best coaches. And by now, everybody has seen the infamous pop-up behind first base in 2018. Literally, that's what separated Arkansas from winning and Oregon State from picking up its 3rd national championship. It's just misplayed. It happens even at the big league level. It was misplayed, and it led to Arkansas bouncing out. I wanted to add one other thing quick, Jamie, on football side of things on the Love Chevy Drive.
Mm-hmm.
This is some pretty big news. We all know the importance of longtime assistant coaches on your staff and guys that can help in recruiting and things of that nature. Kentucky lost Vince Marrow.
Yeah, I thought I was wondering if you had that in there.
I had it, and then my computer.
This is a big story.
It's a very big story. He lost him, and he lost him to Clemson. I say Mark Stoops lost him. I don't think Mark Stoops wanted to lose him. Every time I have been in Kentucky.
To Louisville, Mike, not Clemson.
What did I say? Clemson?
Yeah.
I was trying to make an analogy. That'd be like Carolina losing that kind of guy to Clemson. But
yeah,
yes.
like Clyde Wren going to Clemson.
It's exactly who I thought. Clyde Wren was the first name I thought of. And every program has like a Clyde Wren that does so much in the way of recruiting and a number of high school football coach relationships. That was Vince Marrow for a dozen years of Mark Stoops. To lose him to your in-state rival in Louisville is just major. You're Kentucky. You're coming off a 4-8. That is
Well, he was the first guy he hired when he got the job.
Yeah.
Like, they were best friends.
And every time I'm in Kentucky, I mean, I see him at the same like Tony's Steakhouse. He's there and he's entertaining recruits and whatnot. Like he is a legend over there. They love them some Vince Marrow, and he got a $1 million buyout. And Louisville said, "Hold my beer. We're taking your number one recruiter." So you got Kentucky coming off a 4-8. They lost to Louisville for the first time in a half a dozen years. And Mark Stoops, the fan base there is still chapped about him flirting with Texas A&M. Week 2 at home, Commonwealth Stadium against Ole Miss is going to be fascinating on a number of levels. Because if they lose that game, usually it takes a few weeks to get toxic. It could get toxic in the first week of September.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think a lot of times when we try to project how things are going to be based on the previous season, generally we're always at least a little bit off somewhere. Anybody that's projecting Kentucky's demise this year again under Mark Stoops, I'm not so sure that they're off. And I know that you've got your in-laws on that side of things or whatever. And I hope I'm not offending any of them, including your beautiful bride. But just looking from the outside in,
actually, you're saying the same things they do.
I don't know when they brought him back last year. Again, just being an outsider, like you often take the 10,000-foot view. I was just really unsure as to how this thing was ever going to get back on the tracks. And now here we are. We're less than 3 months from the season starting. And maybe their most valuable asset that's not an on the field coach or player is going an hour up the road. It's something I said last year going into the season, something wasn't right up there. It's just, you could smell it. You could see it. It didn't feel right. Nothing felt right. Carolina beat the crap out of them in like week 2 or week 3 or whatever.
That was the tone setter. Yeah. And they basically took Mark Vandegrift's lunch money. And Mark was never the same. You know, he just quit football at the end of this is a former 5-star quarterback and Georgia Bulldog.
Yeah.
Gamecocks take his lunch money. In fairness to Mark, that defense was nasty and humbled a lot of quarterbacks. But I don't think he was ever the same. I don't think Kentucky's offense was ever the same. And I think at that point, the snowball, it just kept going and going and getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And so very often I make the point that a head coach's success is tied into the success of one of his premier quarterbacks. They thought Vandegrift, remember, that was not going to be a 1-year rental. He had multiple years of eligibility. They thought that was their Will Levis and then some. Mm-hmm. And it wasn't that long ago, Kentucky had 2 10-win seasons in a 3-year span.
Yeah.
Exactly. But it all went south. And from that point on, it's been a rough go around in the off season.
Well, I will say this, because remember the week after Carolina beat them, they almost stunned Georgia, and then a couple weeks later, they went to Oxford and they won the game.
Yes,
and it was like, oh man, all right, well, typical Mark Stoops, here we go, and then they just couldn't get it going.
Couldn't get it going after that. That's the only SEC. That's the only SEC game that weekend, September 6th.
Yeah,
Ole Miss at Kentucky, and we'll find out, is Austin Simmons the real deal? You know, Stoops can still coach up defense. Like I'm not going to sit there and tell you that he's just forgot about coaching football. So
they couldn't score. Like they could not.
And that's been the knock on him again. As an offensive coordinator, now it's different at a place like Carolina. Shane basically says, it's your offense, you do what you want to do, right? But if you're an OC, for example, Mike Bobo at Georgia, or any OC that was under Nick Saban, when they tell you you're not throwing the ball 40 times a game and we're going to play ground control and win the battle of the turnovers and time of possession. That's what you do. And so no matter who the OC is, no matter what NFL assistant coach they bring in there, Mark Stoops has a way that he wants the football game to go. And you are not going to contradict that, or you're not going to remain employed. Mm-hmm. So they've had this carousel of OCs going in and out, and people look at it and they say, well, Stoops is the real problem with the offense and why it's so damn boring and never explosive. We'll see.
We'll see. All right. When we return, our version of explosive is here. John.
The bouncer.
Strickland, our big bad bouncer. Wide receivers, linebackers on deck today for Carolina football. We'll be right back.
Hey, this is Cornbread Cowboy, and you're listening to the show. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions. Basement crawl space encapsulation designed for your specific needs. Your crawl space can be susceptible to all sorts of issues, including moisture buildup, mold growth, and structural damage if not cared for properly. Let our trained experts provide basement crawl space encapsulation solutions to protect your home, improve air quality, and enhance energy efficiency. Schedule your consultation today for a safer, healthier space at dryspacecs.com. Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions, proud supporters of your South Carolina Gamecocks.
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting. Hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more.
Happy summer from the Barn Dominium Company, where they are building dream homes all across the Carolinas. Their turnkey process can be custom designed, and you build it your way. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com. That's thebarndominiumco.com for floor plans, photo galleries, locations, and to learn more about us. Gamecock owned and operated.
Welcome to Palm Casual Patio Furniture. Because we are the factory, Palm Casual has the ability to offer the highest quality outdoor furniture paired with world-class service. Since 1979, our factory showrooms have done our best to make the buying process as easy as possible for our customers. Our understanding of the many factors that go into your decision has helped us create our 30-day trial period that increases the level of comfort our customers feel during the shopping experience. Visit us in Somerville, Mount Pleasant, Myrtle Beach, and Bluffton, and online at palmcasual.com for our products and out-of-state locations. Go Gamecocks!
You're tuned into Inside the Gamecocks The Morning Show. Presented by Palm Casual Outdoor Patio Furniture. Go Gamecocks!
We say our prayers, sing them to the sky. Bust our bags, barely getting by. Carolina to California, up to Illinois. Yeah, there's guys like us. Yeah, there's guys like us. Blue collar boys. It's another South Carolina defensive score. Blue collar boys.
Reed's in the pocket, and so is Carolina.
Here goes Allen inside the 10. A huge play for the Gamecocks.
Oh, hurt me. Boom. This place has gone nuts. Lenore Sellers going left side. Touchdown, Carolina. Touchdown.
All right, it is 11:38. Welcome back inside the Gamecocks, the morning show powered by Electric Bikes of Charleston and built by the Barn Co. Some quick news here That was quick. About 12 hours after being eliminated from the NCAA baseball tournament, Chris Pollard, according to Kendall Rogers with D1 Baseball, is out of Durham and headed to Charlottesville to take over the Virginia Cavaliers. Kendall mentioned that Tom Walter and Jim Penders from UConn also candidates for the job. Tom Walter out of Wake Forest, who my friend Whit Merrifield gave a high mark for, as a matter of fact. We'll see how long he stays there. Not a lot of major Power 4 or 5 jobs opening up this year, but now Duke's open, so we'll see what happens there. John, maybe you'd be interested in taking over the Duke baseball program. You got to unmute yourself there, Slick, if you don't mind. It's up to you, though. You're the bouncer. You tell us.
Yeah, I'll pass on that. Even though I did call the pitcher from, God, what's his name? See, it's already slipping my mind. What did I text you the other day? We got the commit from Sacred Heart.
Oh, yeah. Elijah, what's his last name? I can't remember now. But, yeah, Elijah, we'll call him Eli.
Well, anyways, me and my buddy Blaine are sitting there during that game, and I'm just like, I saw this dude throwing the ball, and I'm just like, man, we need to go sign this guy out of the portal when the season's over. Sure enough, what happens? We got him.
Mm-hmm.
I called it literally the first game of the year when that guy was pitching against us. I was just like, I looked over at Blaine. I was like, if we don't go after this guy after this season in the portal, we're crazy.
If he gets in, yeah, he's a project. He's got.
He is, but man, he looks good.
Yeah, he's got a lot of carry. He actually gets more swings and misses at the top of the zone than he does at the bottom of the zone. We'll see what happens with that kid. I remember going. I think he pitched Saturday, actually, John.
He did. You're right. It was the second day. Yeah.
Yeah. Because Maneri and Monty had mentioned the day before, I was talking to them before game one. He said the best arm they got is going to throw tomorrow. Hey, here's the real question for the two of you. Now that the Rocco's Jello Shot Challenge board has been made in Omaha, does LSU retake the crown, or do you think that the Razorbacks or the Chanticleers or somebody like that overtake them?
No. It's LSU.
LSU.
Not even close.
Yeah, LSU wins it.
I know. I just
they'll have the most fans. Their fans go to Omaha even when their team doesn't. So
100%.
They'll outnumber everybody. This just in, they like some alcohol over there on the bayou.
They do.
So yeah.
Well, they do.
That's no contest.
Now, if they had like an STD challenge, no, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, Coastal fans. Everybody, calm down. Probably shouldn't have said that, should I, John?
I'm not going there.
UCLA won't win it. They'll be like, well, you have to take our masks off to drink those? No, thank you.
I'm not going there either.
UCLA they're just happy to get out of Los Angeles.
Yeah, exactly. They might not come
just
back
happy to not get their car broken into, or God forbid they own a small business, getting it looted.
Yeah, you think like if you could create the perfect Rocco's Jello Shot 8-team challenge for Omaha, like the teams that are going to buy the most Jello shots, LSU is going to be there. And who else? Who else would you put on the board with LSU?
I mean, it'll be Arkansas.
No, I mean, any team, like any team in the country, if you could create the perfect 8-team Jello shot bracket. Would it be West Virginia?
I think Florida State would be on that board. I think Texas? Georgia would be on that board.
Georgia would be a good one. I think South Carolina would do pretty well, to be honest with you.
Yeah, no, I think we would do fine, but I think there's some that I think some of the Texas schools would probably do pretty good on that board.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of who else. Who are we missing, Mike?
In terms of like party goers?
Yeah, like the 8 who would be the best 8 teams for the Jello Shot Challenge? The Vols?
Tennessee they represented well last year.
Yeah,
I'd have to go back and look at
they didn't get cheated.
Yeah, I need to go back and look at the numbers from last year. Oh, here you go. All right, so LSU or no. Yeah. Yeah, Tennessee had 38,000 of them.
Yep.
A&M had 32,000.
There you go.
Virginia had 1,700. Sweet mother. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to go back to the previous year, but 38,000, that's not bad. Where does LSU get? Like 60,000?
Well, what LSU the previous year was something crazy, right?
I think it was. Yeah, I just got to keep scrolling, I guess.
Either way, I think just about any SEC school.
Oh, yeah, LSU had 64,000.
Yeah.
They just need LSU. They, regardless of who else is there, they're going to be fine now that the Tigers have come to town. All right. We'll continue our position groups. Kind of a conversation about it, a little bit more of a deeper dive now that we're getting closer. This week, wide receivers / tight ends. And we'll touch on the linebackers too. You know, something that I haven't heard from anybody out there, gentlemen, I would venture a guess if we went and looked at every single wide receiver group, just wide receivers, not tight ends, just wide receivers in the Power Four. I bet you can't find a group that's younger than this one at South Carolina. What do you think, John?
Super young. I mean, when you look at Mazio, I'm expecting big things from him. He's still a young guy. He's only going to be in his second year. Then you take all those freshmen, 6 freshman wide receivers, and I think all of those guys can contribute this year. But as far as our team goes, you know, the main 4 I'm looking at is Mazio, Nick Harbor, you know, Jared Brown, and Vendravius Jacobs. I think those are the 4 guys I'm really looking at going into fall camp as the guys who I think have a chance to make some noise for our football team and to help Lenoris out. And then you mix in, you know, all those freshman wide receivers. There's a ton of talent in those true freshman wide receivers, and we saw a lot of it in the spring game. So I'm super excited about this group. I think they got a chance to be really good. Yes, they're really young, but they have a chance to be really good.
You know what's crazy about it, Mike, is so we talked to Darren Usher, I think 2 weeks ago, guys. Matter of fact, he might have been on, I don't know what day that was, but he was on a couple weeks ago, and he mentioned here with us that he thought this was the most competitive room in the building, the wide receivers. But Mike, like, if you go look at the roster, remember last year it was like, oh gosh, they're gonna have to, they gotta get this wide receiver room growing. They need numbers, you know, they got to rebuild. In today's world, generally, when you're that low on numbers, where do you go? You go to the portal. They have one wide receiver on this team that is a transfer, and that was Jared Brown, who came in before last year.
And Jacobs.
Well, and Vandrevius Jacobs. But the numbers that they rebuilt this thing with are all freshmen.
Yeah.
And what was so interesting about that was I think Coach Beamer was talking not long ago, and he mentioned that he basically asked Mike Furry, okay, well, what do you want to do? Because they were in the portal. Do you want to go sign another guy? Do you need another 2 guys? What do you want to do? And Furry said, nah, I'm good with this group, which I thought said everything you needed to say right there. Number one, I think he trusts his older guys. Number 2, he trusts the young guys. So I don't know how they're going to perform. I'm not like predicting it. I think they'll be pretty good, but it is absolutely one of the most curious position groups we've had around here in a long time. A lot of talent, little experience.
What I'd like to see, and I realize in today's day and age, if one of these guys steps up and is clearly the alpha,
yeah,
and maybe another guy gets a good amount of targets, there's going to be probably at least one that hits the portal, and that's okay. It's a numbers game anyway.
Right.
But I look around the SEC and I see freshman wideouts making major impacts all over the place.
Everywhere.
Why can't there be one at Carolina? When's the last time a freshman wideout made a big impact at Carolina as a true freshman?
Alshon Jeffrey.
Yeah, probably Alshon.
Do we have to go back that far? Seriously?
Like, you're talking about like that sort of impact? Like,
well,
you know,
I mean,
he's
yeah,
the
like,
dude,
I mean, you look, there's guys around the league that are flirting with 1,000 as a freshman and clearly being game-breaking wideouts, not just like complementary pieces. Alshon clearly was that type of dude. I'm just wondering, has there not been one since then?
I can't remember how Brian Edwards' freshman year went. I think it was just okay. I don't think it was anything crazy.
Right.
So if you're talking about like big impact, it'd have to be Alshon.
I think so too.
That leads me to my bigger point. They need one of these guys to be a dude.
Oh, well, they will. Mike, I'm telling you right now, 5 of the 6 receivers we signed are all top 300, 350 recruits. And if you watch the spring game, you saw why they were ranked so high. I mean, even practice, I mean, they just look good. All these guys that came in early.
Yeah.
I think it's probably 2 or 3 of them that will make an immediate impact in this receiver room. That's how good I think the talent is from all these young freshmen they signed. And I mean, you know, I really like the 4 guys I talked about with, you know, Jacobs, Brown, Mazio, and Nick Harbor. I mean, that's a solid receiving core. And Jared Brown kind of being the old guy in the room who's been there and done that. With his leadership in that room, you know, I think they got a chance to be really good this year. I really do.
You know what's funny about it is like, well, first of all, it's pretty unprecedented when you bring in 5 true freshmen at any position group. That's just rare. Maybe offensive line, right, John, from time to time, but outside of that, I mean, from time to time, outside of that, you just don't see it very often. But I've asked numerous times. I'm sitting here looking at the names of all these guys from just different contexts that I've got. You know, how about from the young guys? You know, who stands out? And I feel like every single time that I've asked, it's been a different name. Lex Cyrus's name has come up. Malik Clark's name has come up. Brian Rowe's name has come up. I'd say that probably a couple of times. Gidron's name has come up. I mean, you know, Donovan Murphy ain't even here yet.
I know, and he's one that's watch out. I think he's got a chance to be a really good player.
Yeah, even Jay.
Then you throw in Sellers. He did some good things this spring as a true freshman. So that's 6 guys, 6 freshmen. Think about that.
Yeah, no, look, and again, there are some positions I don't expect. Like, I don't put my chips on the table as a true freshman to excel. But wide receiver is not one of those. Like Bruin says, Mike, I've asked that question for years on a couple positions, get the same answer every time. You can't play freshman. Meanwhile, every other school can. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, you look around the SEC, and I'll show you all SEC conference lists at the end of the season, not preseason, at the end of the season, and I'll find you some freshman wide receivers that made the list.
Hey, our top 3 or 4 pass receivers last year was a true freshman in Mazio Bennett. Okay. When I played, Troy Williamson came in and played as a freshman. Matthew Thomas played as a freshman.
Right.
Like, there's so many guys that just come in at wide receiver and play as a freshman. Offensive line is the one that's tough to play as a freshman.
Exactly.
Our quarterback, wide receiver, it's just really tough to play as a freshman, even tight end. But, you know, those skill positions, defensive back, wide receiver, running back, defensive end, those are ones you can come in and play right away if your skill set is there.
Yeah.
But once you start getting on the offensive line, once you start getting closer to the ball, it's a lot tougher to come in and play as a freshman.
100% agree. And look, even running back, like a lot of times the guy's got the ability, but you don't play him as much because he doesn't get the concepts of protecting on a blitz, right? And so that can cost your team. Wide receiver, you got one job, man. I mean, yeah, you want to block downfield, but like you got a route tree, you got plays.
Yep.
If you have that kind of ability, and it's not just reserved for Alabama, Ohio State, and years past Clemson, like Auburn has had a couple of dudes. There's no reason like one of these Gamecock freshman wide receivers could just be an absolute stud and game breaker in year one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm with you. I you know, we're all excited about watching the freshmen. I'm just as excited about watching everybody else. Like that. I mean, Nick Harbor. So Nick Harbor has been kind of a phenomenon since day one, right? When he committed, because for all the reasons we all know about. So how far has he come? Like you mentioned, Mike, just a minute ago, and you're 100% right. Like, who's going to be the alpha? They got to have one. You know, like you can't. I feel like it's very, 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 very rare to have a football team that can throw the football and score a lot of points and throw for a lot of yards, but not have like one dude out there. Like it's not like there's generally 4 or 5 guys with, 600 or 700 receiving yards. Like they get comfortable with a guy, and then there's a guy. Is that Nick Harbor? How watching Mazio this year, watching Vandrevius Jacobs, JC last year before the season mentioned Jacobs numerous times, John, if you remember that, and he was really, really big on him. And all that is under one roof. It's under Mike Furry's roof. And everything we've heard about this guy's development. And I don't know how much more you can trust a dude with development than saying, I'm good on the portal. I'm going to bring in 6 wide receivers from the high school ranks, one who's reclassifying, and he's even younger than the rest. So if you are a developer like he is, and as excited as we are to see the freshmen, I'm just as excited to see all the other dudes that have had an entire offseason under his tutelage.
Yeah. Like I said, the wide receiver group this year that we signed could go down as the best wide receiving recruiting group that this university's ever seen. That's how good I feel about all these guys that we signed this past year. And Mike, I mean, he's a hell of a coach. He's been there. He's done that. He's played in the league forever. He knows this thing in and out. And so far, I think he's done a great job with developing what he's had, right? What he's had, he's done a great job. Look what he did. I mean, Xavier. Look what he did with Xavier.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Wait, hold on now. No, I could be wrong with that. Mike's first year was last year, so that's wrong.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm wrong on that one. I got a little carried away there, but I just But I will say this: what Mike was able to do with Nick Harbor last year. Look at the improvements we saw.
Absolutely.
From the start of the season.
That's what I thought you were trying to say.
Season. Yeah,
that's what I
don't know
thought
where
you
I came
meant.
with it. I said Xavier. I meant Nick Harbor. My bad.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I was about to correct you and say, did you mean
screwed
Nick?
up? Yeah.
Yeah, because
So how Nick progressed through the season last year? Just that development that he was able to get out of Nick Harbor last year.
Well, he went from a guy who was learning how to play wide receiver to a guy who was comfortable playing wide receiver halfway through the year. You feel like this year he's going to start off comfortable and maybe turn into a guy that is excelling at that position. I think, and then you add in the tight ends. And
I think. Oh, go ahead. My bad.
No, you might be taking the words out of my mouth. I mean,
well, you lose your leading pass receiver and Josh Simon. All right. That was my guy going into last year. I know we said on this show, we were just like, all right, who's your sleeper pick? And everybody went through and said their names. And I was like, it's Josh Simon. I said, it's Josh Simon. I said, he is going to be a big part of this offense. And he was. So that's a big replacement. But, man, I feel good about this tight end room. With Michael Smith, he's such an athletic guy. You get him the ball in the open field. I think he's very similar to how he can get open, break tackles, make people miss, kind of like Josh did. And then you got Brady, who's your big, more traditional type tight end. And then, man, I thought Jordan Dingle had just a great spring. I was out there the one scrimmage that Saturday, and he looked good. He looked really good. He caught one ball and Olayed one of the DBs and kind of jumped over the top of him and got like a 35, 40-yard gain. Mm-hmm. And I was like, hold up, who's this dude? So I'm impressed with him. And then, you got the walk on
Mo Brown.
Yep.
That's I love that kid.
Yeah. I thought Mo did some good things as well. So I'm excited about the tight end group. I think you got 4 guys who we can definitely rely on in this offense coming up.
I mentioned Mo Brown before the season last year. He was just a kid who kept coming up every time I would ask somebody what's going on. He reminded me a lot of Pat DeMarco, much bigger than Pat. But
yeah, he's a big dude. He's a big dude.
Yeah, he's like 6'4" and a half. Yeah, he's 45 pounds.
He's my size, yeah.
But you're 245 pounds, John?
Well, 248, but yeah.
Oh wow! So you could play tight end now at Carolina. So, but I mean, he was a special teams guy. Hey, coach? What do you need me to do? And that's who he's the one who blocked the punt last year against LSU, and LSU Brian Kelly was, trying to get that call reversed because he got kind of flipped over the line of scrimmage. But but he's a do whatever you ask him to do type of guy. I mean, and look here, y'all. Everyone wants to talk about tight end. Y'all forget about my guy Reno Rame. Okay, before he gets into the porn industry, he's going to finish his career as a football player at South Carolina. All right. The pride
I think Jess Rockwell is going to have a big year at tight end.
Yeah. Hey, Reno Rame has one of the who does the all name team every year? Can y'all remember who that is? They do. Is it ESPN that does the all name team
for football?
Yeah. There's always an all name team.
I have no idea. I mean, I've kind of.
If this kid's not on the all name team, why do you have one?
Yeah.
Reno Rame?
That's straight out of Central Casting.
Well, it reminds me. Have y'all seen 4 Christmases with Vince Vaughn and and Reese Witherspoon?
Yeah.
We were all born in the cities we were conceived in. I'm Denver. He's Dallas. That's Orlando.
Yeah.
Orlando. Yep. Why were you named Reno? Well, long story short, Mom and Dad met him. Anyways, but I really like. I think John. We talked a lot about the offensive line last week. If those guys are better, and then we're all expecting them to be significantly better, and they're fair to Lenore Sellers, he's got option after option after option after option, and it'll all work itself out. As Mike just pointed out, somebody will take the reins on this thing, and then they'll all fill into their roles, and they'll get comfortable, and it could be a lot of fun to watch.
Yep.
Give me an LSU freshman whiteout type season, 1,000 yards, 8 touchdowns, alpha.
I know.
It can happen.
How many of those guys have they had? I feel like they have one every
year.
They
have one every year. I mean, they're ridiculous.
The state of Louisiana has been on a heater with receivers. It's sick.
Big time.
It's sick. I mean, they just crap out another one. I don't know about this coming year, though. I mean, some of these guys would have to kind of surprise.
Well, I can tell you what, JC, I don't know anybody that got a better freshman wide receiver class than we did this past year. I can tell you that.
No, I mean, it's the biggest receiver class since that 07 class, which was on paper good at receiver. But like Mark Barnes, Matt Clements, Joe Hills, all those, Deion LaCorn, all those cats back then, a lot of them busted. And if they didn't bust it, and immediately they were like LaCorn and busted eventually.
I think that was the 07 class, wasn't it?
It was the one, 07 that was ranked
number 6.
Which one was O.J. Murdoch?
That was the first one that Spurrier had. He couldn't learn the offense. Tragically, he killed himself.
He came in with Kenny.
Yeah, it was a tragic class there. Gosh, why do we bring O.J. Murdoch up?
I'm thinking of like highly hyped wide receivers.
You're killing me, dude.
I know.
In that class, it was Murdoch and Carlos Thomas, and they're like, "Oh, Spurrier's got his receivers." Carlos Thomas ended up playing at corner for a while, and was pretty good there. But poor OJ just couldn't. I mean, he was really good too. It was a big recruiting win. They had a tight end named Jonathan Hanna that was a highly ranked guy too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
do nothing.
Never panned out.
So, but this group's a little different. They're wired differently than that group as far as approach goes.
I think. I know Kenny was in the 05 class. Freddie Brown, I think, was in the 05 class, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, they took Freddie, beat Kentucky on somebody.
Hey, you know who else was in the 05 class, Strick? My man Bobby Wallace, the chain smoker of chain smokers.
Bobby Wallace.
That guy could go through a pack of cigarettes in about 6 minutes.
He's a trivia answer. Who started at running back in Steve Spurrier's first game at South Carolina? It's Bobby Wallace from Conway, true freshman.
Yeah.
God, that team had some deficiencies. I mean, remember Brooke Antonio? Remember he was starting at guard first game, and they didn't have a running back.
Was a walk-on.
Yeah, they didn't have a running back.
He was there when I was there. Yeah.
The Lindsay boys ended up starting at the end of the year. Jordan was a DN. I mean, it was
the thing I remember most.
Almost won the East that year.
He almost won the East. The thing I remember most about that game, we did the broadcast on CSS at Tennessee, the last second field goal by Brown, and going out of that stadium on a chilly Saturday night, and 100,000 Tennessee fans going, "My God, he's just taken our soul away again. We can't get rid of this Spurrier guy. We're never going to be able to beat him." They were depressed beyond belief.
Dude, I think that kind of started the clock on the Fulmer era. It was like
100%.
The visor's back.
I went to a game with Chris Childers. We were working
Nice,
together
the
at Rivals
pony.
at the time, and
oh wow,
and that's hung out at Calhoun's on the river.
Oh yeah, baby back ribs.
Yeah, before the game.
My cousins were just there.
I remember that game like it was yesterday. I was at Hart Turner's house up in Spartanburg. Ooh. His parents were out of town, so we were over at his parents' house. We went deer hunting because their parents have a ton of land right there. And then we came back, got back from deer hunting, started watching the Tennessee game, grilling some big tomahawk ribeyes, and enjoyed a Tennessee victory.
That's that was the first one. Josh Brown, man, I didn't know if it had the distance. It snuck through, and I was in the section. Everybody went crazy, and
oh god,
Spurrier was dialing up ball play. I mean, it was 16-15, so it wasn't like it was up and down the field. And Tennessee messed some things up, and finally he threw that pass to Sidney in the end zone, and
that's the one he pump faked on. I think.
Yeah,
he did, and he had called timeout twice, I think, before he called it. And that was back Spurrier's first year. Called every play. I mean, he was the same guy.
Blake threw a pretty ball.
Yeah, he did.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Blake is now the
ball.
quarterbacks coach at Wando High School. Go
Warriors! Is he? Oh, good for him.
Go Warriors!
Yeah.
My man. I need it. Have you talked to Blake in a while, Strick?
Yeah, I talked to him. I don't know, probably 3 or 4 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago, something like that.
I need to shoot him a text and tell him to take care of my boys over there. Get them, got to do some damage this year. I'm tired of getting our rear ends kicked.
Strick, do you think if Michael Rath had gotten the extra year by the NCAA in 2005, he would have been the starter instead of Blake?
That's it.
My honest opinion, no.
Good.
I played with both of them. I'm just shooting you straight.
Yeah.
Well, no, I just remember it was a big deal at the time. I think the thought was.
I mean, possibly.
That Rath was a little more like Werfel kind of guy, and Blake was more like Brock Berlin.
Are you talking about going into 06?
No, going into 05. First year.
Going into 05.
That's what I meant, 05. Going into 05?
Yeah.
Chris Spurrier's first year?
Yeah, so, I mean, Blake, no offense to Raph, I love them both. They're my boys, but Blake just threw a better ball than Mike did. Yeah.
Yeah.
He threw a good ball.
I could. I mean, he would have had a chance because it would have given Coach Spurrier another option.
Oh, he definitely would have had a chance.
You're like, they got Blake messed up. I've always thought about that, but I've never, because the thing was, there were a lot of what ifs. If Boyd doesn't get suspended, Summers doesn't get kicked off the team, Troy doesn't go pro, which he made the right move as a first rounder.
Troy, that was
you had those guys that stole the laptops, like Mo Thompson had another year, Woody Telford, and those cats. You probably would have had
Mo Thompson.
They probably could have won the East had they had all those guys kind of rowing in the same direction. That probably wasn't going to happen. But there were a lot of what ifs with that team. And Rath was one of them.
Yeah, I wish Spurrier didn't let Demetrius go. Got him for smoking weed, and didn't even give him a second chance. Just said, "You're out of here." And I wasn't too happy about that. But
that was one of Spurrier's rules, though, man. He's like, "Oh shoot, you can drink a beer every now and then and be a Gator, but you can't smoke pot."
Coach Spurrier's number one rule.
I know what he was trying to do. He was trying to come in and enforce and clean house. But to let a guy like Demetrius go over, that one thing, I didn't like at all.
Spurrier's number one rule was don't put your hands on a woman. I remember him saying something like, if you even look at her wrong, you're out of here.
And then don't smoke pot, and then 3 was don't say the F word.
Well,
but you couldn't get kicked off for the F word.
Who would you rather play for? Spurrier or LT in the Waterboy? Don't smoke crack.
Hey, I'll tell you this. Demetrius Summers on Spurrier's draw play, which was his only run play he really liked to run. Think about that for a minute. Summers with the vision on the draw. That would have been pretty lethal because
Hey,
Corey Boyd got back, he was really good at running it too.
Corey ran through you. What did y'all?
Corey Boyd.
What did y'all do in the locker room, John? Did y'all put like Vaseline on Demetrius? Or, like, what happened? Because nobody was ever able to actually tackle the guy. He just kind of slithered around like a snake.
He could just read the holes and anticipate what the defensive player coming to tackle him was doing. He was just so good. I'll never forget 2003 at Tennessee when Demetrius had his breakout game. I'd be blocking the nose guard, and I'd see Demetrius just come right by me, hit through the hole, and just I'll never forget that he had like a 60-yard run. And you just saw him cut back, made the linebacker miss, and then made the safety miss, and so it went from like the right side of the field, and he just cut all the way back to the left side of the field. I mean, his vision was just impeccable.
Vision.
We did the UAB game on pay-per-view. It's UAB, but that UAB team, by the way, had Roddy White as a starting wide receiver.
Yeah.
Daryl Hackney was another player that made the NFL from UAB. You had Roddy White covered by Dante Robinson. Pretty good matchup.
Yeah.
But if you go back and look at those highlights, I think they're on YouTube somewhere. I mean, Demetrius just went off. He went absolutely off.
He just
at that point, I would have bought all my stock on Demetrius Summers. Like I was.
Listen, man. Think about this. I played with some great running backs. I really did. Derek Watson, Andrew Pinnock, Demetrius Summers, Corey Boyd, Kenny Irons, my late great friend Dacus Sturman, who was just a badass. Loved. He was my favorite player to block for. My favorite. I mean, man, I had the pleasure to block for some really good running backs.
I remember the 2004 opener of Vandy, and they were talking smack because they had
they were talking.
Bro.
They were talking the whole preseason and all. You know what? We're in camp, and we started hearing the chirping, and we heard the chirping from SEC Media Day because I was at SEC Media Day as one of the players. And Vandy's just talking, oh, man, we're going to be good this year. We got South Carolina the first game, da-da-da-da this, da-da-da-da that. Don't worry, boys. We talked about it all fall camp that we were going to go up there and kick their ass. And sure enough, and they were terrible. Worst defensive line ever blocked. We were just tossing them everywhere. Probably more so we were pissed off from hearing all the preseason crap. Yeah.
Holtz rotated 5 running backs because you got to throw Gonzi Gray in there too.
Yeah, Gonzi. Gonzi.
I think Andrea Galls was a running back that year too because Holtz could never figure out how to play Andrea. But I mean, there were 5. I mean, Summers, Boyd, Terman.
Well, that was
Galls and Gray.
That was Jay. That was Jay Cutler too, wasn't it? Straight?
Yeah. Jamacia Jackson had like 100-yard pick six.
100 yards, baby.
I was at that game. That's the first time in my life I'd ever been to Nashville. I was living in Atlanta, in Gainesville at the time, and me and some buddies drove up.
I got a game ball that game because I kicked ass that game.
But yeah, Carolina just lined up and ran it up.
They
there,
could not stop us.
We
were telling them, we're running the ball, y'all stop it.
It got funny.
They couldn't stop us.
Really funny.
What you guys talking about today?
I'm going to talk about continue the wide receiver room discussion. I had a poll up on Big Spur today about where Carolina will be in the AP poll, and I'm going to talk about Stephen Means, a moron who votes in the AP poll, and why they should probably get this guy. I went back and looked at this cat's final poll.
You're talking about old moron Means this afternoon? Oh, man, I'll have to tune in.
I mean, this guy needs to be kicked out of sports writing, or just I don't know why they let people like this vote in the poll, but going to talk a little bit about that. We've got a discussion on the band Head East, a one-hit wonder from the 70s that we didn't get to yesterday. So that's good.
That's hard-hitting stuff there.
And then take questions from the Nana Sports chat box. I'm sure recruiting is going to come up. But one thing we're not going to talk about is the house settlement. I'm done talking about that for a while.
Yeah, we didn't touch it today.
Until there's news.
Yeah.
We didn't touch it.
If you don't understand it, go read up on it. It'll tell you everything.
We'll revisit it at some point when something happens. But, I mean, and something actually – there's
another.
By
the way, I'm suing. By the way, I'm suing. I'm gonna get a lawsuit because where's my money? All these guys from 2016 to 23 get all this money. Where's my money from when I played? So I'm getting a lawsuit together.
Statute of limitations on antitrust lawsuits, my man. You're out of luck.
I'm kidding, by the way.
Don't tell Flint that. Let him go ahead. And
Listen, now's the right time to do it. They're not following all the rules up
Nobody's
there.
following
They
it.
gotta slide through the cracks.
But nah, it's we'll talk about a lot of
Hey,
stuff. But
you want to play? You want to play this cruel game one night, Strick, on Michael? Hey, let's get our little group chat going again and let him be like, hey man, just FYI, you can fill out this form. You're due $250,000 from the NCAA for your name, image, and likeness. He'll buy it all day.
I'll mail him a fake typed up big nice envelope. Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
Poor guy.
Crush it, guys.
All right,
Mike.
See you,
All right,
Matt.
guys.
Strick, thank
See
you,
ya.
sir. Gentlemen, best of luck to the two of you over the next hour and 46 minutes.
We need it.
See you tomorrow.
I should not have screamed in terror that fine day. Saw that purple wig and did not know what to say. It left me sort of startled and confused. Red lips and white makeup and those big old red shoes. But my daddy tore a knot in me for being so damn rude. He said, son, don't you know that clowns are people too? Clowns are people too. Big red shoes. Clowns are people too. Don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. I started watching Bozo and warmed to the movie It. Killer Clowns from Outer Space to me was a big hit. Some people like McDonald's because of Mayor McCheese. But Ronald is my homeboy now, and Krusty and Pinky. Clowns are people too, big red shoes. Clowns are people too, don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. Clowns are people too. Clowns are people too. Now I own some tiny horns and got me those red shoes. I don't know much, but know one thing that's true. If you don't know anything, just know that clowns are people too.
Welcome to Inside the Gamecocks, the show, part of the Chief Sports Network.
Mad Dog's upstate raised and reared up near the tater patch. He flirted with that upstate team, now bleeds garnet and black. It's been almost 2 decades since JC started Big Spur. He may live outside of Chicago, but he's all Spartanburg. It's the show, the Gamecock Show. ITG, Phil and JC, it's the show. It's fun and entertainment, but also information, things you cannot get on radio. It's the show. Gather around all you Gamecocks, it's the show. The show. Let's go. JC and Mad Dog Mully on the Gamecock Show.
Welcome in, everybody. It is Inside the Gamecocks, the show, firing up here on a terrible Tuesday, as we like to call it. Phil Mad Dog Mullinax over here, JC Sherbert over there. Got a few things on tap. Going to expand on some of the wide receiver talk we had there with John Strickland, Talkin Ball segment on the morning show. Going to talk about Head East, One Hit Wonder. We keep putting that off. We'll dive into that. Got a listener submitted audio file, which actually is really good.
It came in my email, and my wife started talking to me.
I know. I got sidetracked last night. I didn't get to listen to it till this morning.
I should have listened to it this morning, but I get real busy in the mornings. Man, I had technical issues for coffee.
Oh no!
Like Zoom would not pull up on my computer. There's a secret. I do it on Zoom with the background. Usually it pops right up, and I'm all good. And I do this college sports minute for like an online radio station before I do that, and and then 6:15 I'm going on. And thank God, Bill 107.5, they moved the segment to 6:15 instead of 6.
Oh,
and so 7 there Eastern time, and so I barely got it out in that 15 minutes, and I'm like, oh man, I had to take the wife to work. So it was only 23 minutes long this morning. So I had technical issues there. So I've been going crazy with time constraints. I haven't had a chance to listen to it, but perhaps during the first break.
I've got it loaded and ready to go.
All right. Good. Sweet. Yeah, we're going to continue that because I was listening to the wide receiver talk, and I was like that horror movie. Let me in. Let me in.
I did not see you down there in the bottom. Just the way it sets up there, it has that one extra box, and you were down on the second level, so I didn't even see it. And then
it's not your fault. I wasn't complaining.
No. It was funny. I saw your note, and I was like, "Oh crap!"
Yeah, I'm like, I want in on this because tight ends. But I have some thoughts on that. We'll get to later in the show. Had a poll on thebigspur.com today about the AP poll. What a piece of garbage that's become, because they let pieces of garbage in a professional way. I'm not attacking anybody personally. I'm sure all these folks are fine, upstanding Americans, I think. But but it does matter because it's the first preseason poll that we all kind of look to, and I believe ESPN uses it for their rankings until the playoff poll comes out. And so
yes,
so it does matter as far as preseason expectations and things like that. So my poll question was, where do you think Carolina will be ranked in the poll? Also going to talk about Head East, like Phil mentioned. The Godfather is on Paramount Plus now, so shameless plug for thebigspur.com VIP membership. I'm going to have a code for our pod listeners in the next couple of days for a half off a VIP annual membership to the Big Spur. And ESPN, Phil, has released, and this is the first topic I want to get to because I always am kind of like, I guess low attention span. And so the latest thing I've looked at, it's the greatest plays since 2000. They're doing all this stuff since 2000, which makes sense because we're 25 years in. It's good to take stock. The 25 years have been South Carolina's glory years. There are no plays from Clemson in the top 11. There is a play from South Carolina. And this is just, it's very subjective. One of you, I don't agree with all of it rankings wise, but it's very, very interesting. So we're going to talk about the top plays since 2000 in college football.
All right.
And I'll go through them real quick. Number one is the kick six. I agree with that.
Yes.
Because it was improbable, and it and another play on this list impacted the national championship chase that year, which was also the year Carolina, had they not lost at Tennessee, would have the stars would have aligned, so to speak. Because I like Carolina's chances in that game in Atlanta against that Auburn team. I know we've had Ellis Johnson on here quite a bit on our shows through the years, and great respect for him. But I think in that game, Phil, advantage Steve Spurrier. calling plays against the defense he called plays against every practice for years.
Yes.
A, and then B, and then B, we saw it the next year in 14 down at Auburn. Carolina lost 42-35 because they couldn't stop, Nick Marshall and those guys. But that defense in 2013 had Clowney and some other dudes. I was at that Auburn, Missouri SEC championship game with an Auburn friend of mine, and something just tells me Carolina would have had a shot there, a lot better of a shot than 2010. And then because Michigan State beat Ohio State in the Big Ten game, and that's when Urban Meyer was crying and eating the pizza. We should have known he was a psychopath then.
At that point, yeah, it was like there were
some off with Herbs there.
Yeah, that's right.
I'll say this about Urban Meyer: there's not another coach in college football I've ever seen take a loss as hard as him.
Yeah,
I mean, it's just
he was all in, man. That was one thing. Like you can't deny that. Now I don't know if the NFL kind of wore that off of him a bit, but
I think that's why he got out, because he's like, oh my god, because when he took the Jaguars job, they were talking. They said, well, how is he going to deal with losing 6 games a year and being good? And he couldn't, obviously. So that was the start, that 84 and 2013, man, stars. Anyway, well, maybe you got to suffer before you can reap the glory sometimes. So number 1 is the kick six. Number 2 is this Boise State Statue of Liberty play. I'm going to say this about this play. I love this play. Everybody college football, you have to be in. And then the guy proposed to his girlfriend. I don't think it's the number 2 play.
No.
And maybe it's my bias against the group of 5 now, or Boise or whatever. But they beat Oklahoma.
That's why it's up that high, is because it took down Oklahoma.
And bowl games back then, the team still tried. And, and all that. Number 3, Vince Young's run in that Rose Bowl, the epic road to give them a championship over Southern Cal.
That still, for me, JC, is the best national championship that I've ever watched. Like, what a freaking game.
I mean, and
capped with that
was
a
stacked Trojans team.
Right.
With Reggie Bush. I mean, Reggie Bush, Matt Leinart, Lindell White was a hammer. Their defense was elite, and Vince Young was just elite. It was Vince Young's pro career obviously did not work out,
right?
But for a college quarterback, my friend Jerry that covers Texas, he says that's who Lenoris reminds him of, is Vince Young.
Vince Young, yeah, you take that.
I think as far as like running style goes, Vince kind of glided. He's fast, but he's like light-lighted. Lenoris is more like elusive fast, but that Vince was that big though.
Yeah.
So that's the deal there. Number 4, I was at this game. Tua's pass to win the national championship on 4th and 10.
That was wild.
Or was it what, 2nd and 26? 2nd 26. I thought I was going to witness Georgia winning a national championship.
No,
I mean, seriously, Georgia dominated the game until they brought Tua in, and their 4th string running back at the time, by the way, was Najee Harris. That's how good they were.
That's how deep that bench was. Yeah,
4th string running back. Alabama somehow came back. It was a gutsy comeback by the Tide. Then Georgia gets up, boom, sack, 2nd 26. The 70% Georgia fans there. And then he drops back. Does anybody know who called that play for Alabama? Who was the OC? Most would say Kiffin or Sark, but it is Brian Daboll. He's the head coach of the Giants.
Yep.
He was the OC there for 1 year. And gutsy play, dialed it up. Devontae Smith, who would go on to win the Heisman 3 years later, caught the pass as a true freshman. So there's your true freshman, like Mike was talking about earlier, doing things at wide receiver. Number 5, App State blocking the field goal against Michigan. I'd say that's an iconic play.
That's definitely an iconic
play.
Yeah.
Number 6, that Texas, another Texas game. Texas Tech, when they had Michael Crabtree. That was improbable, I thought. That's when I was like, boy, Mike Leach, boy. Because they threw it up. There was just seconds remaining, and boom, boom, 6, touchdown. Number 7 is the prayer at Jordan Hare. That was I was during that and the kick 6 both. If I'm not mistaken, I think I was at Carolina games both times. Because it was Florida and Clemson, and they're back to back. So I was at the maybe not. I don't remember. Was there a game between Florida and Clemson in 2013? I think there was. But no, but Auburn played somebody crappy between that and Alabama too. Yeah, so Georgia, I was at the Carolina Florida game and texting with my Auburn friend that I ended up going to the championship game with. And she texted me and she's like, "Oh God, I can't believe this," because Auburn was beating the crap out of them. And then Georgia came all the way back. I don't remember if Georgia was in the hunt for the East that year or not, because Carolina had lost to Georgia that season. So for some reason, I was hoping Auburn would win and knock them out, because Carolina would have won the East that season had Missouri not beaten Texas A&M the night of the Clemson game. And so, and I'm like, I'm looking, checking, you check your score on ESPN. I'm like, dang it, Georgia's leading. And then all of a sudden I get this text. Oh my God. If that wasn't enough, 2 weeks later, the kick 6 happened. So
right. Yeah.
Otherwise Alabama would have gone to and that Alabama team that year was really, really the Tide in 2013, really good football team. And I don't know that 2013 Carolina matches up with 2013 Bama. So it was meant to be, but it just didn't happen, right?
Right.
The stars aligned for that one. That was a heck of a play. Remember this game, folks. Michigan State used to own Michigan for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And in this, Michigan had the game won. Finally, it was not the best Michigan State team. And they go back to punt, and the kid gets the kick blocked. Not only is it blocked, Michigan State has a convoy the other way. Touchdown, they win the football game. Ooh, that was probably the funniest play I've ever seen. It was just funny because it was
10
like
seconds on that too. Yeah, 10 seconds left.
You're like that. You get Sparty owns you guys. That's not the case anymore, but hey, it was fun while it lasted. The number 9 play is Roy Williams for Oklahoma back in 2001, hitting Chris Sims and forced an errant pass that was a pick for a touchdown. Oklahoma, Bob Stoops did pretty well against Texas in those days. That was an iconic play, similar to the David Pollock play that somebody mentioned in the chat box when he stripped Corey Jenkins of the ball in South Carolina. And then finally 11, and there's more listed. I'm not going to go through the whole list, but Jadeveon Clowney.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely one of the most iconic plays.
Just outside of the top 10.
Yeah.
I think since ESPN used that and made a lot of money off of it, hyping college football for the following season, maybe they should have put him a little higher.
Yeah.
But because that's a bone crunching, that's the only big defensive hit in there. Maybe it's too violent though, Phil.
Sports too violent, but that's too iconic to leave off the list. But
we're just not gonna put it in the top 10 because
that's
it's violent. Oh my God. It's not violent. It is, but it's sports, man. It's not real. It's not like it's not like Jadeveon Clowney had a mortar round and shot it in Vincent Smith's face. You know, I mean,
rolled up in there with a damn sawed off and blew it.
It is a poster. So there you go. There's your most iconic plays. Nana Sports chat box obviously is rocking up. Kenny's got some good news here. He says I've been making the Vince Young comparison for Lenore's for a while now. The arm strength and build is what sells me. Yeah, I can see it. That's plausible. I watched a lot of Vince Young that year in 2005 because my boss at the time was a big Longhorn fan. And he very kindly would invite me over to his house on Saturdays to watch football when I wasn't at the Carolina game because my wife at the time was working Saturday. So I was just by myself or I was in Columbia. And so I watched a lot of Texas football and Vince, special player. And he was ranked the number one recruit in the country. So he was pretty good. Kenny also says he's got his passes for the wing off at CB18. Can't wait to be there and meet a bunch of my Gamecock brothers and sisters. Yeah, that's right. 4 to 8 p.m. On June the 21st, the third annual wing off right there in 5 Points at the corner of Hardin and Green, where Dr. Rocco's used to be. The CB18's been there long enough.
Yeah.
I mean, still some people from out of town remember Dr. Rocco's, home of the frou-frou drinks. They still have the frou-frou drinks. And they have good wings too. I mean, it's a good spot. I mean, they do a great job. Steve Tannehill owns it along with my buddy Jeff. Kreger says the Clowney hit can't be this low. It's a poster. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Bruin can't believe Vince Young's been 20 years. I can't either, brother.
I know. Yep. I know.
I can't either, brother. I just Queen says it might just be me, but the stream is super glitchy. Is that me?
No, it's not. It's on his end.
Oh, okay, good. It's not super glitchy. Super glitch. All right. So I guess I gotta look at this, listen to this song real quick.
Here, yeah, let's fire it up here. We'll let it play for a while here. Let's see.
All right.
The Nana's Porch Chat Box Blues. Now, Queen, we gotta know, is this your handiwork on the lyrics with the house band in the background?
JC on time. Hoping for some crude news to make our day, but StreamYard's got other things to say. Oh, StreamYard, why'd you crash on me? Leaving me stranded in this digital sea. Queen and Clint, Bruin and Craig too. We keep it rolling with jokes just to get through. We laugh about J.H. and K and DB recruiting out west. Russia's infiltrating ITG, we're doing our best. Will we get Clark? Is it a dream too far? We're waiting for JC's news under a recruiting star. When you talk about baseball, this is what we get. It's time for the boys of fall. It's only Monday, so we can give them some grace, but don't let it happen again. ITG's my happy place. So StreamYard, why'd you crash on me? Leaving me stranded in this digital sea. Queen and Clint, Bruin and Craig too. It rolling with jokes just to get through.
BB King, man.
I love it.
Jeez. This is good.
I know, man. Nailed it.
Phil's still tweeting away. He doesn't even know we can't hear a thing from the show. Will they ever find out? Or is the day done? We're always halfway through hour one.
Bro, there's a bridge? That's good.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Out of nowhere comes JC. The day is safe, cause this is where we wanna be.
Yo.
Yeah, that's
I love
it,
the
man.
ending.
That's awesome.
That's great. All right. So we're gonna go to break now.
Yeah.
Don't forget to shop GamecockTraditions.com all around the world for Gamecock stuff. Also, brick and mortar stores, Village at Sand Hills, Northeast Columbia. And out in Lexington, we love Gamecock Traditions. Father's Day this weekend. They're having a Father's Day sale, so check that out. And we will be back after this on Inside the Gamecocks Show.
Welcome to SEC Sunday Night, part of the Chief Sports Network. Debuting Sunday, June 1st at 8 p.m. on the Chief Sports app and the Chief Sports YouTube page. Hosted by Rob Williams and Craig McMichael, SEC Sunday Night will feature the conversations, have the information, and host the guests that make this storied conference great. Join us June 1st for SEC Sunday Night on the Chief Sports Network.
There's nothing like Saturday in South Carolina. However you enjoy Gamecock football, Gamecock Traditions has a long-standing legacy of being a part of your game day. From tailgates to touchdowns, Gamecock Traditions has what you need and want with our beloved Block C logo. Get into Gamecock Traditions in Lexington or the Village at Sand Hill, or visit GamecockTraditions.com and have it shipped to your doorstep. We look forward to taking care of your family. Go Gamecocks.
Nana's Porch presents a Southern staple delivered right to your doorstep. Nana's Porch locally crafted pimento cheese has been a hit for years at weddings, tailgates, and other events. Now you can order online and have it sent to your home. Visit nanasporch.com. That's nanasporch.com and click the pimento cheese tab to choose between their original pimento cheese and their jalapeno smoked pimento cheese set. nanasporch.com. Man, that's good.
Something happening here, but what it is ain't exactly clear. There's a man with a gun over there, telling me I got to beware. I think it's time we stop, children, watch that sound. Everybody look what's going down.
Now back to Inside the Gamecocks The Show.
Welcome back, everybody. Inside the Gamecocks The Show rolls on here on a Tuesday. Where do we want to shift to here, JC? We want to talk about some pass catchers. We want to look at the AP. Yeah. Look at that old Steven Means.
Yeah, I'm on. We need to talk about that.
This guy's week 17 here, because you can't get their individual weeks, at least on the AP website.
Oh, no. It's I got it.
No.
I got his final rankings pulled up.
Oh, I do too. Yeah.
There is a site, College Poll Tracker, that does this, which I love. Because
is that the one that does the matrix?
It's kind of. Yeah. It's all sorted. It's nice. All it is a spreadsheet that you put on the. I wish I'd have thought of that. Yeah, I'd have been a real butthole about it. I'd have been talking smack. But yeah, okay. So the poll on the Big Spur today, the poll du jour, if you will, which we do every day to kind of get discussion going in the off season and all this good stuff. So we do that. I do that every day and kind of food for thought kind of piece. And today is, where's Carolina going to be in the AP poll? But I prefaced it because I don't want to give oxygen to the AP poll. And I felt like I needed to explain exactly why the preseason poll is semi-important. Just it's helpful, but the rest of it is a bag of donkey crap. So I explained that, and there's no better example of this than Steven Means from the Cleveland Plain Dealer, the Ohio State beat writer. This guy openly hated on the SEC all year last year.
Yes.
He's one of those. It's sad. And I guess what he does, I mean, this is insane. This ballot is insane for a final poll. I talk about crazy glue sniffers all the time. This is a crazy glue sniffer final poll. So he had to get the top 4 right. So he goes Ohio State 1, Notre Dame 2, Texas 3, Penn State 4. Yeah, those are the semis, whatever. Definitely has to go with Oregon at 5. By God, the mighty Big Ten champions.
Yes.
Then 6 and 7 are Arizona State and Boise State.
That's choice.
8 is Georgia. 9 is ACC champion Clemson. That's it. And this, the college, the tracker identifies the extreme pick. Clemson was 5 spots from the actual ranking. 10 Indiana, 11 Tennessee, 12 SMU. Now here's where it gets fun. 13 Memphis. 14
For me, I'm like, you can see that it's probably going to go off the rails with the Arizona State and Boise thing, right?
Yeah,
You're like, this is about to get weird.
Yeah. You read his mind there. So Memphis is 13. 14, and I love UNLV, but UNLV's 14th. They were the Mountain West runner-up. 15, Army, who played a team who got a substitute for their bowl game, right?
Yeah.
And all those were extreme picks. 16, Iowa State, of course. 17, BYU. 18, Syracuse. 19, Illinois. So, this is the South Carolina disrespect because everybody else put Illinois up high because they beat Carolina.
Right.
Now the last 5 picks, just, this guy, this, if I were evaluating this and I was running if I were the Associated Press, I would say you're not voting anymore because this is just silly as all get out.
Because
number 20
off the damn rails.
Number 20 is Marshall. And Marshall is the reason that Louisiana Tech at 5 and 7 got to go to the Independence Bowl to play Army because Marshall said, we lost our coach. They ran their coach off. And we don't have enough players. They had 49 players, by the way. I had enough pros play football with 47.
Yeah.
So they had 49 players.
One of 3 voters to include Marshall. And he is 5 spots higher than either of the other 2 who just snuck them in at 25.
Number 21, Ohio University at 11 and 3. 22 was Louisville, which, I don't know. The playoff poll of Louisville. But Marshall, Ohio, and Louisville. It's almost like the closer to Cleveland you are, the more benefit of the doubt you get.
That's right.
So we're all ahead of Alabama at 23, Miami at 24, and Ole Miss at 25. And then he didn't include South Carolina, did not include Missouri, and then Colorado was not in either. This dude is insane with his votes. And if he wasn't like a SEC hating zealot on X, I would just say, well, he just doesn't really know the game that well. but it's clear that this smacks of bias. And the Associated Press loves to tell everybody who would listen just how objective they are, right?
Oh, yes, yeah.
Why would you not in sports, look at this guy and kick his ass off the poll? Maybe they have. Maybe he's not voting this year. Why, and if I'm his editor, who's the editor, sports editor at the Cleveland Plain Dealer? And why is he getting paid? Why is he not fired? I mean, you have to be credible, with this stuff. It's your duty really to be, very objective when you vote in these polls.
He has openly has biases for, I'm looking at his college poll tracker bio here.
Mountain West teams, obviously.
Well, you're right. Yeah. Beyond that, Army, Pitt, and Indiana. You can view all. I gotta dig into this. Biased against Ole Miss, LSU, and Miami. And then
That's
he's
like
got a laundry list of neutral teams.
Well, he just I kind of looked at some of his week by week polls. He was awful. I mean, and this is just one guy. The rest of a lot of them leave a lot to be desired. And back in the day when sports writers were like actually took their job seriously, and you could count. I mean, look, I didn't agree with everything they did. I thought it was insane that in '97 Michigan got it over Nebraska. I thought it was really crappy when they voted Colorado number 1 in 1990 over Georgia Tech because Colorado lost a game, tied a game, and won a game by getting 5 downs at Missouri. I've not agreed with everything with the AP poll. I think it's garbage. But now, when you have systemic bias that comes into place with even one of your voters, Phil, I mean,
Right.
this is a child picking out mascots. Could have done a better job than some of this. I mean, come on, man. And it's not even about South Carolina not being included. But you wonder why the Gamecocks dropped all the way to 19 after losing their bowl game. That's one of the reasons why.
Yeah.
And then Missouri won 10 games and didn't get in.
Right. Let me see. He ranked NC State 6 spots above the average for 2 weeks. 3 SEC teams, Ole Miss, LSU, and South Carolina, he ranked 5 spots below the AP average over multiple weeks.
Just doesn't know sports, man.
Ole Miss 5 spots below average all season long, 13 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, the Ole Miss, he was the
Hater.
lowest.
Hater.
He's just a hater, dude. And so that was my point in saying, because I had to mention this. That was my point in saying the AP poll is donkey behind. It's awful.
Right.
But I just would donkey behind be a secret double? Like, could you just interpret that if you were just learning English as ass?
That's
if
right.
You say donkey behind.
Yeah, it's
I'm proud of myself.
That's right. You did good. You did
ass times 2. But anyway, I just so it's not important, but Carolina's probably going to be ranked unless this crazy glue sniffer has other multiplies, like if you feed him after midnight and or get him wet. I'm sorry. Well, the Gremlins. There's a Gremlins. Yes. Gremlins came out 40 years ago, by the way. I wouldn't even make this guy a gremlin. Gremlins are cool. Mogwais are cool. I just, but if he's out there, and there's other people that are like-minded, which would be half-minded, then maybe they won't be ranked. But I think South Carolina will be ranked. And so my question is, probably higher. When was the last time South Carolina was in the preseason poll? Anybody know?
Oh, I want to say
they weren't. It wasn't 17. I don't think they were in the first one or 18 because there were some. Was it? Were they? They weren't ranked in 2023. I don't think, were they?
Well, 23 is the one that I'm thinking because I want to say like that was a ranked matchup against North Carolina and Charlotte.
I know North Carolina was a favorite in the game. It was kind of a pick 'em.
Yeah.
But, so the last time I think was 14 was when they were ranked in the preseason.
Could be, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that was another season that seems like yesterday. And that was when they were 9th. And Texas A&M came in 21st. And Carolina was an 11.5-point favorite in that football game. Vegas didn't even know the secret of the Lorenzo Ward defense. Did they?
No, that's right.
That was terrible.
The awesome power. Okay, so 2023, they had the second most votes of those not ranked. So technically you could say they were 27th. Yeah. But 14 was, and they were top 10, ranked number 9.
9th. I don't think they'll be top 10. I said 16 to 20.
Yeah.
Even with people like this Means character voting, just because we saw it last year, Phil, like when Brad Crawford and those guys started doing list season.
Yes.
Everybody there's a case to be made for every team. There's a case to be made against every team. And when that happens, people I think they kind of panic and go with brands. Mm-hmm. It's like, well, we can't put Auburn that low.
Yeah, because it's Auburn, right?
Auburn ended up being that low. I think one more year, if Auburn loses at Baylor on that Friday night before kickoff, Auburn may just give up and say we're a basketball school now. But it was just like, I mean, I get it. It's very challenging. And then you have the transfer portal and everything else. So I think all things being considered, I put 16 to 20 in the preseason, which is, I mean, at the preseason top 10 ranking, I guess brings a little bit more hype to it. I'm not sure.
I think you'll have some voters that'll have them that high. I mean, yeah. I mean, you could already kind of feel some folks are, in love with the situation, especially with Lenore Sellers. And then you've got some folks coming around to the fact that this defense could potentially, if they play up to standards, be better or at least on par with what last year's defense was, which is a major thing. So if you have both of those two things going for you, then that may get you to pull the trigger at like 10.
Yeah, I think some will have them there. I mean, if you believe, if you think the defense is going to be better, if you're just going off Dylan Stewart or whatnot, the problem's going to be too. We've just gone through an entire academic year where the SEC's been a hot topic of conversation. Consistently. Like football, the SEC didn't get anybody in. Didn't get everybody in they should have. There clearly were clearly one of those teams should have been in the playoff. There's no question. All that talk and chatter. And then we go into basketball, and the SEC has 14 teams selected out of the 16.
Yep.
And half the Final Four and the national champion. Banner basketball seasons. Then we go to baseball. And these clowns that are out there talking about the SEC and baseball, I don't know why they're covering baseball.
No.
We all know baseball trends evolve slowly over time. Flashing. I mean, look, South Carolina, as bad as they were this year, beat number 1 LSU in game 1 of their season-ending 3-game series, right? Did everybody say, LSU's done? They're finished.
It's over. Yeah.
It's over. No. The baseball trends are so, do I think maybe, just maybe all this NIL money isn't all that good when it comes to baseball? Maybe a little of these guys aren't motivated. I don't know. Arkansas is in Omaha, but they were mostly JUCOs that they got to reload this year.
Right. It's like the tried and true method, even though you pay them now.
I think at LSU, the guys are scared not to play well because of their fans.
Yeah, that's true.
They scare them into performing well. Only on, let me tell you, only on, man. If you don't play, Tigers don't play well, but you're gonna create your boy here out in Omaha. What did you say, sir?
Huh?
Only on. Oh, hold on, guys. I can interpret. I can interpret for you. Coach O interpreter services right here. Anyway,
if he's anywhere around Omaha, somebody's paid him to do that just specifically for that reason.
When y'all were doing the who's going to win the shot contest,
you're right.
Shot contest in the first, I was yelling into my phone that y'all were missing it. I'm glad I wasn't on the air though, because I would have looked like a dumb butt. I was like, "What you're missing?" Because I guess they were talking about anybody. It could be any team that makes it out. Any college baseball team. Not just the 8 that are there.
Yeah, apparently they do allow like some representatives. If you've got a strong enough, cadre out there.
But the conversation with JB and Mike was any fan base. And so I was like, Wisconsin. Jeez. No, I looked at a map the other day about states, the heaviest drinking states.
Yes.
Wisconsin was like way higher than everybody else.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Like, it's just all up here in Wisconsin. It's just cheese and beer. It's too close. And ice fishing.
Don't you know?
And the Badgers.
That's right.
You betcha.
You betcha.
Anyway, but then I looked, Phil, Wisconsin doesn't have a baseball team.
Wow.
They don't play baseball.
I mean, I'm not surprised for as north as they are, right? Yeah.
I probably had been live. I mean, I think Minnesota has a baseball team, but not Wisconsin.
Yeah, the Twins. I mean,
Well, no.
But the Gophers.
Maybe
yeah,
the Gophers. But dude, I was like, whoa. And so I started thinking about it. I was
wow.
Like, huh. And then I was like, I would probably not have looked that up and sounded like an idiot.
Yeah. And Minnesota does have a baseball team.
I thought they did. I thought everybody in the Big Ten does play baseball. I know Illinois does. Illinois won the league last year. I know all the West Coast editions play baseball.
Yeah, it is. It's 17 out of 18.
Maryland.
It is 18, right?
Yeah, 18 teams in that league. All right, first hour coming to an end. We're going to talk about a one-hit wonder band, Head East. We got a submission on the app to give us a little heads up about Head East. Something I actually learned in my research back in the day, Christian rock back in the day. It has to do with that. And I'll leave you with this. Did you know before we go to break? This riff right here, it's Head East. Guess who borrowed or bought it or took it? AC/DC.
Yep.
Because he wasn't. He wasn't. Yeah, that's you shit me all night long.
Love it. Mm-hmm.
All right, we'll be back to talk about one-hit wonders, little Godfather action. Going to talk about the wide receiver room at Carolina. Any of your recruiting questions and football questions in the Nana Sports chat box are submitted by the app, as Steven did with his Head East thing for us. We will answer them right here on the show. Second hour, Terrible Tuesday rolls on after this.
Charleston Fitness Equipment is keeping South Carolina in shape. Clients have come from all over the Palmetto State to find that one piece of equipment that they enjoy that keeps them looking and feeling good. Whether it's a home rower, treadmill, elliptical, free weights, a home gym, or something else, Charleston Fitness Equipment keeps the mirror smiling back at you. Get in shape like the Gamecocks do. Visit charlestonfitnessequipment.com. Gamecock owned and operated and proud partners of Inside the Gamecocks, the show.
Nana's Porch presents a Southern staple delivered right to your doorstep. Nana's Porch locally crafted pimento cheese has been a hit for years at weddings, tailgates, and other events. Now you can order online and have it sent to your home. Visit nanasporch.com. That's nanasporch.com and click the pimento cheese tab to choose between their original pimento cheese and their jalapeno smoked pimento cheese set. nanasporch.com. Man, that's good.
Fans, Club Chief has arrived. Become a Big Chief Club member or a Big Chief Club Golden Gear member for exclusive access to our Nana's Porch chat box on Inside the Gamecocks The Show. Plus, you'll get access to our VIP tailgates, prize drawings, merch, and much more. A portion of your monthly membership goes to the Garnet Trust, supporting NIL at the University of South Carolina. Pull up your Chief Sports app and join on the home page. Thank you so much for being a member of Club Chief, and we look forward to meeting many of you very soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, here it is.
Welcome back, everybody, inside the Gamecocks The Show. Rolling on here into the second final hour of our day. Gonna shift gears a little bit, lighten things up with a little entertainment talk, right? Looking at some
little entertainment.
Well, yeah, one-hit wonders.
All right. So
and they were out of Illinois.
Yes, that's a part of it. So
Yeah.
I went on a deep dive the other day because I've always liked this song, right? And for those that were in upstate South Carolina, grew up in upstate, the Rock 101, classic rock. Now I'll turn on that station and the stuff that I listened to in the 90s that was brand new is now classic rock.
Right. Yeah. No.
Yeah. Is it still around? Is there still Rock 101, Phil?
Yes. Rock 101, still a thing. Still
WROQ. It used to be WCKN, then they got the ROQ. Anywho, my dad listened to that station. It was like Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, Marshall Tucker, Allman Brothers, a lot of Southern rock, all that. It was great. Heck, I could sit down and have a glass of beer and a pack of smokes and put on Rock 101 right now and have a good time.
Because it'd be good too. Like they would play the best of new rock too, right? Like so you'd hear, like some I don't know.
At the time, Guns
Black
N'
Crows
Roses
would come
like
on
that,
when it was it was good. It was they picked the right ones of the new era.
Then they would play a block of Bob, like 4 rock block. They would play block of Bob Seger, 4 straight songs. I mean, nothing. I mean, man, you got Turn the Page, you got Hollywood Nights, sometimes a little Down on Main Street,
little Night Moves,
sometimes a Roll Me Away. You'll Accompany Me, Shut My Mouth.
Yeah, I mean, celebrate his entire catalog.
A block of Bob was off the chain. And so I listened to it. So I was in 8th grade. And I had actually done a little stage acting back then. It was after football and baseball season was over the summer. And I was in the Velveteen Rabbit for the Spartanburg Youth Theater. I was the narrator, right?
Nice.
And I'm at you kind of, when you're that age, you meet new people and then it's over and there's no text messaging or anything like that in 8th grade in 1989. So you're never going to see these people again.
Right.
And so I'm at home and I got, back then I used to just listen to the radio all the time. I don't know how we did that back in the kids do that. I mean, I can't, it drives me nuts now, but I had Rock 101 on and this song came on, the chorus, Save My Life, I'm Going Down for the Last Time. And I had this feeling of finality, but I was melancholy because I'm never going to see these people again. It was such a good experience because I played sports at the time. That's kind of when I figured I could be pretty good at this, the artistic end of things, 8th grade. And I just had the song on and I was like, man, so it reminded me of that moment. And then through the adult years, I've just always, I thought the song was called Save My Life, I'm Going Down for the Last Time,
right?
For the longest time. And a few years back before a wedding, which was a significant wedding, it popped in my head. I was living in Atlanta. It's like 2019 on the back porch. And it popped in my head. And so I played it because I had this speaker, this Alexa speaker that was drove my neighbors crazy. I played it. I was like, ooh. And then I was like, I wonder, for those that don't know, sometimes Phil's wife and I do a little karaoke duet. We're pretty solid at that. And so I sent it to her and I was like, hey, let's try this Never Been Any Reason. So we debuted the song on karaoke in I think April 15th, 2019, which was the day my friend Joel got married. It's in Spartanburg to his lovely bride Pam, who is the best friend of one Nat Sherbert, who is now my wife.
What a fateful night.
So that's where I met my wife. Anyway, Dina and I do the song on karaoke because Joel's a big karaoke guy. We obviously had karaoke there. And dude, it went off like a champion. We've done it 2 or 3 times more. So that song kind of got in the rotation. My wife hates it. she doesn't hate it, but she's always like, oh, this is a corny song, blah, 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 blah. but she likes a bunch of corny songs too. So it's not like she's not like one of these people that has no soul. She just likes like, I just like, top 40.
Oh yeah, right.
I
right.
would
Yeah,
like, get out. So I do a deep dive the other day on this because I want to annoy her. Lo and behold, they're from Illinois. And lo and behold, the Sunday after the Vanderbilt game, they're getting inducted into the Illinois Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in Joliet, which is like 15 minutes for me.
Nice.
And they still tour.
Yes.
Head East is. I pulled up like a concert of theirs from like 2022. They're on the back of like a truck bed, like the truck bed stages, and the beginning of this song is like it's like it almost looked like an accordion, but it's like a keyboard. That's a synthesizer that like sounds like a kazoo almost. Right. The buzz thing. This guy's just jamming and then they kick into the guitar riff. And then in the chorus, you got 5 harmonic vocals.
Yes.
Dude. You just got one of these like country, out in the, we have like Homer Fest here, like these little festivals that these small towns do every summer. They're just out there playing in front of 100 people, Head East. And so I learned that they opened for a lot of different big bands in the 70s. They were popular in the 70s. They were one-hit wonder, but they were popular. So Steven from the app submits this. Krager says it sounds like AC/DC. I think they actually, unless somebody hijacked their Wikipedia because they were mad, I think they actually gave it like, do you call it sampling? I don't know if the AC/DC sampled it, but it's "You Shook Me All Night Long." Yeah, which is another banger of a song. So Steven comes in and he's like, can you name the member of the group Head East that ended up the lead singer for the Christian rock band Petra? Yes.
Yes.
His name was John Schlitt.
John Schlitt.
He left Head East in 1980 and was the lead singer for Petra, which is a very popular Christian rock band at my church when I was in high school. Petra.
Same. Yep.
Petra was just okay to me. I was never a big Petra person, but there you go. He was born in Lincoln, Illinois. Here's some more trivia. It's the only town in Illinois named after Lincoln before Lincoln was president.
Oh, really?
It's in the middle. So, anywho, that's my Head East story, the one-hit wonder.
That's great.
Saved my life. I'm going down for the last time, right?
Yes.
And that's why we play it here on the show. In case you were wondering. Like, what the hell is this?
Why are they doing this? Yes.
Yeah. So anyway, well, that receivers and tight ends discussion with Strick and Mike and Jamie earlier, Phil, it was like, I had some things to say about it. And, like as far as what I think, not that I disagree with anything they said, they were spot on. But if you ask me specifically, like, of the 6, which of the freshmen have the best chance, or do I think will end up doing good? Now, I've been wrong before. I'll be wrong again. But I think right now, based on spring, it has to. I just like Brian Rowe a whole lot. I don't know, and I thought Malik Clark in the spring game did exactly what I expect Malik Clark to do, but I don't know if that's fool's gold or not, based on it's a spring game. Like Vandrevius Jacobs. I hope he looks like that this season, like he looked in the spring game.
Yeah. But
we all remember the Taqi Muhammad Award, which goes annually to the best player in spring that we don't really hear from. And I'm not saying that's going to be either one of those guys, but Brian Rowe, usually when you hear about it from day one, and then I thought he had a really good spring game as well. I thought he looked like he belonged. He can go up and get it. He's fast. He's wiry, he's slippery. I would have to say right now, Brian Rowe. Kreger in the Nana Sports chat box says Murph and Rowe. Murph would probably be my number 2. Haven't seen him yet, kind of play against everybody. He is behind, because all those other guys have reps and know the routes and stuff. But Donovan Murph's really, really good. And I've said this before, the difference between he and Gidron's super duper young. Murph is merely young, Phil.
Young, right? Yeah.
And so I think Jordan is going to be really good in time. Hell, maybe this year. I don't know. But of the freshmen, I just think, to me, it'd be the easy way out for me to look at Malik Clark and go, well, he's bigger. They don't have a lot of big guys. Ergo, that's the guy. Now, if Malik Clark can come in and be the jump ball guy this year, super.
Right.
Or be a jump ball guy, nope, no worries for me, man. Maybe Malik Clark ends up lighting it up. When I say things like this, normally I forget about them. But I can just picture Malik Clark having this gigantic year and the whole country's talking about it. It's like, well, James, you said you're like Brian Rowe better.
Right.
And dude, that's fine. Please criticize me if that happens. Please.
Sure.
No,
yeah.
I can take that. What I can't take is other kind of more personal things that kind of try to put a dagger in the old credibility, like you're just a sunshine bumper all the time.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. Well,
I'm not.
Those folks.
It's just, you got to look at it objectively sometimes, not get too high or too low. But back to the point at hand, Murph, Rowe, Clark, and like Lex Cyrus, nobody's talking about him. I think because, you can't, you're not going to go into an 8 wide receiver formation. But, he had a really high. Yeah, I think Jelon Kilgore is going to be the punt returner.
Okay.
But I could see, Lex Cyrus factoring in there. Maybe not this year, but at some point. It's scary on punts these days, putting guys back that are inexperienced, Phil, I think.
Yeah, I mean, special teams miscues can unravel a game in a heartbeat. I mean, and we've seen it. Like, Perry Orth talked about it all season last year on his Talkin Ball segments. He's like, one of his, keys is, if you, the probability of if you block punts or things like that and steal possessions of you winning go way up. So a more experienced returner back there under live fire, I don't care how many you take in an empty stadium at practice, but doing it in front of 80,000 rabid people, just, half of them waiting for you to drop it and the other half of you wanting you to run it all the way back for a touchdown. That kind of pressure, if you don't have that experience, has got to be tough, man.
And there's I've seen a lot of really good sure-handed players drop punts.
Yes, right.
It happens. It's crazy. Wayne in the Nana Sports chat box says, what about Vakari Swain as a punt returner? He has the look. I agree, Wayne. I wouldn't mind seeing Swain with the ball in his hands.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the athleticism for sure.
And keep in mind, he wasn't there in the spring, so Joe DeCamillis didn't get a look at him. Lex Cyrus could also be a kickoff returner, I think. And that's an interesting thing, too. I wonder who's going to return kickoffs. I know they've got Nick Harbor, looking at Nick Harbor a little back there, which is intriguing. But we'll see. Vakari could also be a kickoff returner. Did they put Rasul Faison back there at kick returner? Now, the logic says, like the doctrine says, don't put your top running back at kickoff returner. But Georgia did it with Todd Gurley for an entire year.
Yeah.
Didn't hurt. Derek Watson used to turn kicks. I don't know. Xavier Legette was the kickoff returner for South Carolina in 2023.
Yeah. I like a shifty receiver or, corner with a lot of speed. I mean, it's that first part of it, man. You got to get out past that initial blocks. And then if you can get past those guys, then you're usually pretty good.
I was surprised Juju McDowell wasn't a little better at that last year.
True. Yeah.
That seemed to
Yeah.
be like, I thought that
Mhm.
would be his thing, but it did not happen that way. I don't know. Some coaches like defensive backs back there returning kicks, and I guess it's because if you're having a substitution problem, you know, that guy's probably on the field already. Look, I'm intrigued by Kilgore returning kicks or returning punts. I think he could definitely do it. Yeah. Wayne says putting starters at kickoff return makes me nervous. It makes everybody nervous.
Mhm.
Statistically, though, yeah.
You just, I don't know.
Don't
Maybe
get
it's
hurt,
see it
you
at the NFL, you know? I mean, because it's definitely something they've gotten away from there.
Yeah.
Even with 53, they usually have specific folks to do that.
I think it looks more dangerous than it is. Because you think about what it is. A bunch of guys running wide open at you, very little blocking. You know, I just think it looks bad, but you know, at the end of the day, it's not like guys, you know, because, you know, yes, you're taking hard hits on it, and yes, there's collisions, but it's not like, you know, hey, when you're playing running back or offensive line and you get your ankle twisted in a pile, you know, and things like that, or you're kind of cutting and planting. I don't know. So that's just one of those things. Clint, with his evaluation on Juju, says he hesitated too much. He's not super fast as far as straight line speed goes. Yeah. His whole thing as a running back is elusiveness and kind of making people miss. A lot of times he didn't just take it and take the yards in front of him and then make people miss. Like moving forward, it was a little too much dancing for Juju, but still one of my favorite Gamecocks of this past few years. Got to meet him a couple of times. Great guy, Juju McDowell,
for sure.
Loyal to the program as well. So Kreger mentions every kick goes out of the end zone anyway. Yeah. I mean, just about every one of them.
It's so rare, right?
It's like, oh God, you're gonna let them return it, you know. And now this just shows you about coaches sometimes. Like sometimes coaches overthink it. It's like, well, I'm not talking like necessarily special teams coaches because the head coach has to decide. But I see teams now almost get bored with it, and they're like, well, we kicked the first 3 out of the end zone, and it's a close game. You know, everybody scored it. You know, we kicked the first. All right, let's try to coffin corner kick.
That's right. Let's try to pin them deep.
80% of the time, the damn ball goes out of bounds.
It's penalty, right? And they're on the 35.
Get it 35 or 40. When it doesn't, you know, sometimes it blows up in their face completely because the kick coverage guys aren't used to doing it, you know, or the kick, the kid catches it at like the 15 and he's got green grass in front of him and the kicker, and he's gone. I mean, I'm like, just stop overthinking that.
I know. Or you could tell, like, sometimes the returners feel like they've just, you know, it doesn't matter where this one's going. I'm taking it out of the end zone.
Yeah,
You're 8 yards deep.
8 yards deep in the end zone. Like, screw it. I'm taking it out. You know,
coming out.
They just get bored back there. So
right.
I don't know, but I doubt we're ever going to see a rule passed in college football to make kickoffs interesting again. That thing they do in the NFL is weird. I think when they started it, I think the thought was we'll have a lot of exciting plays and returns, and that just really didn't materialize.
No,
it just looks weird. It throws me off. But yeah, college is something else with that. But I just don't have your kick returner hold his arms out, right? Or Brett Bielema will get mad.
That's right. He'll get
mad. They changed the rule, by the way. You can't do that anymore.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it is now against the rules.
Oh, well. Oh, freaking well.
No doubt.
So, yeah, talking earlier today about Gonzie Gray, and we mentioned Josh Brown in that Tennessee game. Those are two players. You know, South Carolina has a bunch of players from Maryland now, Phil.
Mm-hmm.
A bunch, like 8. Maryland, D.C. combined is like 8. Maryland, DC, Virginia combined is 15.3% of the roster, scholarship roster right now. That's the biggest number I can remember from the Chesapeake area.
Right.
Shameless plug. Last week, if you didn't catch Coffee's Project Chesapeake episode, I go into all that. But I was trying to think of well-known Gamecocks in football from the state of Maryland. And I just came up with 3. Maybe some of you know more. Gonzie Gray was one. Josh Brown was one. And then Jeff Grants was a football and baseball player here in the mid-'70s. Speaking of 1975, which is the year Head East released Never Been Any Reason. And also, it was 50 years ago, and that was also the year the Gamecocks, the first time they played for the national championship in college baseball. 1975. Jeff Grants was on that baseball team, but also the quarterback. He also led Carolina to one of the biggest wins in the history of the rivalry with Clemson in 75, 56-20. They beat Clemson that year. Legend has it that got a bunch of Clemson boosters upset, and they decided they were going to start paying for players. They ain't going to let this happen again.
Can't happen again.
That's the legend surrounding that game. So that's what happened there. But can anybody think of anybody else through the years from Maryland that we maybe miss out? I don't know. I'm sure I'm missing one. I will say this: the Dozier twins, Perry and Terry, I believe, were from the DeMatha, Maryland. Perry and Terry Dozier played for George Felton in the 80s. And, Perry gave us PJ Dozier in 2017. So Marshawn Lloyd, I forgot about him. He was I bet you could probably count down the road. You're probably going to count him as Maryland because he's from DeMatha.
Mm-hmm.
But, he was from Delaware. He made that drive every day. That's a haul into DC from Delaware,
man.
Whew. Anyway, well, Joe Biden used to do it back in the day. He used to take the train.
Yeah,
just take the train, Delaware every day. But anyway, yeah. Who knows? The very thought of taking the train. I don't know. My Biden's not all that good.
That's a decent, 2 decades ago Biden, though, kind of, yeah.
Biden, yeah. I used to like him.
We get a large sample size.
I just thought he was hilarious,
Yeah.
But anyway, so yeah, he went to school in Maryland but lived in Delaware. And I don't know. Usually I count the school, I used to all the time. But now that we have the IMG thing, I mean, all those kids aren't from Florida. Most of them are.
Yeah.
So, and it matters because statistics for NFL draft numbers and things like that. Well, I'm not going to count IMG kids as from Florida unless they're really from Florida.
No, you can't give Florida that extra, or maybe you should. Yeah. It's like, listen, hey, yeah, they're all from Florida. Go down there and get you all them players from Florida.
Anyway, so that's it. So I'm trying to think of somebody from Maryland, and I just don't know. DC, Trey Kelly, point guard under Dave Odom, was a basketball player from DC. Baseball in Maryland, maybe. I bet there were some Maryland kids from baseball. There's a lot of students from Maryland that go to South Carolina too. That whole area. So that's very interesting. I read the Kerry Adams recruiting update from our Michigan side, or maybe Brian Doan on 24/7. So here's what Michigan said to Adams, and take it or I don't know what it means. This is his third official visit, by the way. South Carolina and Penn State were the top two. Keep in mind, too, you've got a lot of Michigan influence in Maryland. I think Biff Poggi actually went back to Michigan. He was the head coach at Charlotte and used to be the head coach at St. Francis in Maryland.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he's there. You've got Wink Martindale. You've also got a lot of people on that staff, Phil, that were on John Harbaugh's staff with the Ravens. Sterling Lucas was on that staff too, by the way. So there's a lot of connections there Michigan has. They really sold him on the depth chart. up there. I don't know what South Carolina talked to him about as far as the depth chart goes. But I would say, just based on talking to some folks, that Michigan's in it. Will he end up there? I don't know. It's probably a lot like South Carolina. So his visits continue. JB Shabazz went to Penn State, seemed to be having a good old time. Carter Meadows, James Franklin sat him down and told him how much he cared about him the first time around. Who else went to Penn State this weekend? What's the shit?
I had all that pulled up and just closed the window.
Yeah, somebody else went to Penn State that we were talking about. So anyway, it's going to be a battle for those guys, obviously. So we'll see sort of how that it was Carter Meadows. It was Carter Meadows because Adams went to Penn State first, so Meadows would be second. So we'll see sort of how. And keep in mind what Penn State's going to sell to a defensive end is Abdul Carter.
Mm-hmm.
Carolina can't sell. They can sell Dylan Stewart right now, and that's a big selling point because it's a DC kid. But they'll be able to sell Dylan Stewart a whole lot more if he's number 1 pick in the draft.
Right.
which I think he could be, man. I mean, what's everybody think about that? Dylan Stewart, potential number 1 overall pick.
I mean, he's at a position where you could play yourself into that position. And I don't know these days, man. It's tough to unseat even a half-ass quarterback from that number 1 overall.
Yeah, it is.
It really is tough, man. It's as we've seen, like, think about all the number 1 quarterbacks over these past 10 years.
Good.
How many of those guys are really doing okay?
Yep. Kreger of the Nana Sports chat box points out Meadows did a photo shoot at Penn State. He did that here too. They're doing videos, like mean mugging videos or something.
Yeah, I know. It's
So
Kreger they're having fun with it. I like it.
Kreger says we may have back-to-back top 5 picks with Sellers and also Stewart. Clint says top 5 pick for sure. Yeah, I think he could be number 1 overall, and here's why. Because if it's not a half-ass quarterback, like Phil mentioned, it's usually a pass rusher.
Yeah.
And so the question becomes, is he Myles Garrett? Is he Jadeveon Clowney as a prospect? Those are the questions with him.
Well, and Abdul Carter may very well have gone number 1 this year if it weren't for that injury.
Yeah.
That kind of, knocked him down some.
I think this, Phil, too. Like, here's why I think it's possible. Maybe probable if he stays healthy. God forbid something happens to that guy. But Dylan, to me, is he does things I haven't seen before. I don't know if you guys notice. I mean, there's some things he does that are just there are a lot of good defensive ends out there, but with the bend and the get off, I mean, you turn on the film, Dylan Stewart is like you watch him and Kennard, whereas Kennard's about a yard into the backfield in pursuit. There's plays Dylan Stewart's like 2.5 yards in the backfield. Already got his guy beat, and then he's got to run into the reinforcements. I think Kyle Kennard, as good of a year as he had, his sack total and that he owes a lot to Dylan Stewart, because coaches looked at the early film of Dylan Stewart and go, yeah, we better do something about this.
Is a problem.
It's a problem.
Yeah.
Everybody says like this guy's a problem. This guy's actually a problem.
Yeah, right.
He is a problem over there.
As you can see with him beating a triple team for Kentucky.
My man Frederick said he could add 10 sacks without the missed holding calls. Those were egregiously awful, Phil.
Mm-hmm.
You can start the music, by the way.
Yeah. But I don't know how many, looking through those pictures of football games from last season where it's just hands full of jersey.
Yeah, there's an Alabama picture that's just we put out on the social media a few months ago.
Oh, wrong song. Look at that. There, let's see.
It's not the weekend.
Yeah, we're a little early for that.
It's only Terrible Tuesday.
I know. I'm so ready.
So ready for the weekend. Dude, I got yard sale duty. A reminder to everybody out there.
That's right.
No show on Friday. JC Sherbert will be in full yard sale mode. with my fanny pack full of cash and my 9, just in case anybody wants to roll up on me.
That's right.
You
Ready
ain't
to
stealing
bang.
ain't stealing my nickels, man. Ain't stealing my nickels. Clint in the Nana Sports chat box. Dylan is the rare 5-star that works his tail off. Not a bit of a prima donna in him. No, he's not. That's part of the reason he picked South Carolina. He doesn't really care about all the hype. Great kid, hard worker.
Yeah.
Blue collar guy with white collar plus talent. I think. Really.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
Born
just-
on third talent, but blue collar workout.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah.
that guy, you're not going to have a problem with him. Also, again, your hourly reminder of the 3rd annual Wing Off. CB 18 Bar and Grill, 4 to 8 p.m. Saturday, June 21st. That's the big recruiting weekend, so come on out. You never know. Recruits may be driving by on the way to something, see all these fans out there supporting players, supporting NIL at the University of South Carolina. Go follow Cocky Hospitality on Instagram. They're part of this. Also, CB 18 Bar and Grill is part of this. Cox by 90, thebigspur.com, and all that other stuff. And we will be right back to wrap up Inside the Gamecocks The Show. Terrible Tuesday continues after this.
Charleston Fitness Equipment is keeping South Carolina in shape. Clients have come from all over the Palmetto State to find that one piece of equipment that they enjoy that keeps them looking and feeling good. Whether it's a home rower, treadmill, elliptical, free weights, a home gym, or something else, Charleston Fitness Equipment keeps the mirror smiling back at you. Get in shape like the Gamecocks do. Visit charlestonfitnessequipment.com. Gamecock owned and operated and proud partners of Inside the Gamecocks, the show.
Nana's Porch presents a Southern staple delivered right to your doorstep. Nana's Porch locally crafted pimento cheese has been a hit for years at weddings, tailgates, and other events. Now you can order online and have it sent to your home. Visit nanasporch.com. That's nanasporch.com and click the pimento cheese tab to choose between their original pimento cheese and their jalapeno smoked pimento cheese set. nanasporch.com. Man, that's good.
Fans, Club Chief has arrived. Become a Big Chief Club member or a Big Chief Club Golden Gear member for exclusive access to our Nana's Porch chat box on Inside the Gamecocks The Show. Plus, you'll get access to our VIP tailgates, prize drawings, merch, and much more. A portion of your monthly membership goes to the Garnet Trust, supporting NIL at the University of South Carolina. Pull up your Chief Sports app and join on the home page. Thank you so much for being a member of Club Chief, and we look forward to meeting many of you very soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, here it is.
And now, the show goes on.
Welcome back, everybody. Final segment of Inside the Gamecocks, the show, rolling on here on a terrible Tuesday.
Terrible.
Talking a little bit about some wide receiver talent. Dylan Stewart, who I'm excited. Like, even that last little 5 minutes to talk about Dylan Stewart, I ran downstairs and I'm like, man, I'm pumped.
Quarterbacks.
I can't wait.
Quarterbacks take such, like, when you have a quarterback like Lenora Sellers, it takes a lot of oxygen out of the room. Because everybody's like, oh, it's Lenora Sellers. We got to watch him play. Oh, and Dylan Stewart's on that team too. I forgot.
Yeah, right.
You know,
An afterthought, yeah, to your own detriment if you're planning on if you're scouting this team.
We talked about that hit earlier too with Clowney, and I don't know that Clowney would have had the off season between 2012 and 13 where people were talking about him being in the Heisman and all this other stuff. Had that hit not happened. I mean, we tend to start talking about our pass rushers and stuff when the draft comes around more than the quarterbacks. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But the people that put up numbers, like everybody's going to talk about Jeremiah Smith all season, and then this quarterback debate's going to rage and all this good stuff. I'm with Todd McShay on the Sellers, though. His best tape is better than everybody else's.
Right.
Yeah, you want to ask me, and I think there's a bias sometimes against quarterbacks that can run, and because I think in some people's minds they can't throw, and that's certainly not Sellers either. Are there some things he needs to get better at in the passing game? Absolutely, but yeah. So there's that. So I don't know. I like him. I'm not getting into the whole is he the number one quarterback in the country debate yet or not. But I think he's a logical choice for some people. But I also think everybody, but it's kind of, but what about this and what about that kind of thing? But what about Garrett Nussmeier? But what about Cade Klubnik? But what about this? What about that? Oh, blah, blah. I'm going to be cool and nifty and put Luke Altmaier up there. Oh, Drew Aller, you can't forget him.
Oh yeah, he's been around forever. Yeah.
The two quarterbacks that are listed on everybody's list that I would probably not have on mine. And believe it or not, for everybody out there, I would have Cade Klubnik on my list.
I mean, yeah,
Carson Beck and Drew Aller.
Really, because I was going to throw John Mateer in there too. Like,
Mateer.
That's one that I'm like, I can't, and I really can't understand how the national media has put him up there like that without seeing what he looks like against what he's going to face week in and week out defensively this season. Like, I mean, that now what I might do is like have a top 10 and then have like, these, because some of them will have that like, honorable mention or like first one's out or whatever. I would throw him in that, saying that this guy has a skill set that could potentially translate into him being one of the top 10 players, but we're going to have to see how that holds up on defenses that are not the Mountain West.
Yeah, dog. All right. So I'm going to roll this at you. I think it's because of unconscious bias and mental midgetry.
There's a lot of that. There's a lot of that in football.
Unconscious bias. It's not bias against it's all right, because so who came from Washington State to Miami?
Oh yeah, Cam Ward. A1 Cam Ward.
All right, so all of a sudden you're telling me Washington State is this quarterback factory?
Oh, it's the Gardner Minshew factor too, JC. Like, you've seen him on the field on the NFL, right? For multiple teams now, and it's like maybe some Minshew magic coming down to Norman.
So here was the gauntlet that they. And I feel of everybody involved with freaking expansion, I feel the worst for Washington State of anybody.
Of course.
Oregon State's never been worth a crap anyway. They've had very few moments of goodness out there. When they beat Florida in the Vegas Bowl a couple of years ago, 40-0 or whatever, that was a ride. That was a moment that Beaver fans will never forget. I do feel sorry for them because they've been in the Pac-12, a bit of power conference team for a long time. But Washington State, man, they've had Rose Bowl teams. They've had top picks. We mentioned the movie Volunteers the other day with John Candy. The fight song is in that movie. I mean, it's just sadder than anything. Okay. So Washington State finished 8-5 last year and lost the Holiday Bowl to Syracuse by 17 because all their team left.
Right.
But let's just go through the competition that John Mateer had and that Ben Arbuckle had. Now, look, I have no problem taking Ben Arbuckle as the OC or either one. I don't have a problem with Oklahoma doing it, but I think that they're thinking subconsciously about Cam Ward, and they're thinking subconsciously about Oklahoma lighting up the Big 12. And that's not the same thing.
Right.
Like Oklahoma's just going to start scoring in bunches again because they should have a quarterback. It doesn't matter who they're playing. So I think that's behind the Mateer hype. And I think it's a little misguided. So they played Portland State and they beat them 70-30 in front of 20,000 fans. They played Texas Tech. They beat them 37-16. They won the Apple Cup, the revenge game, against at Seahawks Stadium, Lumen Field, against the Huskies, a not so good 6-6 football team.
Right.
San Jose State comes to Pullman. There's 24,000 fans there. Double overtime war, 54-52. San Jose State was good, though. San Jose State was good. In the biggest win that Boise State had, besides UNLV, the Cougs go over to Boise and lose by 21 points. They go at Fresno State. They win by 8, struggled mightily. They beat Hawaii 42-10. They squeaked by a San Diego State team with a 3-8 record by 3. Mighty Utah State comes to Pullman, and they still only have one loss. And the AP pollsters, it's a pretty record, Phil.
That's right. That looks good.
That loss to Boise, man. Boise's an elite team.
That's right. No, you can't hold that against them.
So they're number 21. They beat it 49-28. Then the bottom falls out.
Right.
They go to New Mexico. By the way, listen to this crowd for Bronco. This is why Bronco Mendenhall left. 14,067 for a November home game in Albuquerque against the 18th ranked team in the country. But wait, the Lobos pull the upset 38-35 on Fox Sports 1. And then there's the showdown of showdowns, the Pac-12 battle.
That's right.
At Oregon State and Corvallis. They lost that one 41-38 to the Beavs. So a 2-game losing streak. And then in front of 17,088 hardy Husky Cougar fans on November 30th, the day of the Clemson, South Carolina game. 3:30 kickoff. It's a beautiful, crisp afternoon in Pullman. They lost to Wyoming 15-14.
15-14 to Wyoming.
And then all their players left, and they lost to Syracuse in the Holiday Bowl. So I just don't know, dude. I mean, you look, okay, so he was 17 for 34 for 245 and 62 rushing yards. Mateer was against the Huskies. Let's see what he did. 26 30 for 37, 327, 2 and a touchdown against Boise. They lost. How'd he do in this New Mexico debacle? Oh, he lit it up in this one, 25 for 36, 375, 4 touchdowns.
He was their top rusher too.
Yeah. Top rusher. How about the Oregon State loss? 17 for 23, rushed for 75. So he can run. So could Jackson Arnold, but he could run.
Right.
And then the loss to Wyoming, 16 for 22, 182 yards, touchdown, and a pick. It looks like Wyoming just dominated time of possession.
That's what that has time of possession all over it, at least from a field standpoint, like low score, low numbers.
But so in the Holiday Bowl, which by the way, Fox had to send their number 1 broadcast crew to, Gus Johnson, Joel Klatt, Jenny Taft, for the Holiday Bowl. It's awesome.
Love it.
Syracuse, they had no players left. But so Zevi Eckhouse, their backup, 31 for 43, 363 yards, 3 touchdowns, 2 picks. I just don't know, dude. I don't look. I think he's a good player. Is he Diego Pavia good? Is that what we're kind of looking at here? I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, they're of similar build, are they not? I think
I don't know. Robert asked, why is DJ Lagway from Florida ranked ahead of Sellers by some? I have no idea. Because he was rated 5 stars and people don't want to be wrong. I mean, they're not basing it on, or they're guessing, projecting.
Yeah, I'm looking at it as a projection. Like, well, we saw Sellers kind of put it together a little bit here. And then, Lagway, he was a higher ranked player than Sellers was when he was in high school. So therefore,
ergo,
like
the Matrix.
Yeah, that's right. He then should be better than Sellers in his second. Yeah, whatever.
He's not, man. I mean, look.
Show me, right? Yeah.
Lagway's got a heck of an arm. And he's a great quarterback, and he's going to be really, really good in time. The thing that's going to help Lagway this year, as I've been reading up, I didn't know. I guess people are saying, some are saying, they're definitely saying, some will say, that they have one of the best offensive lines around. I mean, they didn't give up that many sacks last year. Florida, the Gators didn't. How much of that was Mertz and Lagway kind of scrambling to avoid? I don't know. I'd have to go back and look. I'd have to look at their offensive line. I'm not buying Florida has the best offense. Somebody's like, the Gators have the best offensive line in the country. Oh.
Yeah, I wonder what that's based on. I wonder, are they like returning all 5 starters? Is that what's happened there?
Well, and Florida didn't give up a whole lot of sacks last year either. Yeah. South Carolina, on the other hand, was 15th in the league. You have at 41. But they did protect Lagway late in the season with those wins. I still maintain their defense really had. It's kind of like that Tannehill year for Carolina, way back in '92 to me. Okay, so think about how that's set up. And we talked to Steve about it last year, right before the wing eating contest in June. Phil, remember that?
That's right.
He came on with us. We were talking about that '92 season. He's like, guys, look, I was just a quarterback that came in and was enthusiastic and made some plays here and there. Go look at the defense in '92. And he's right. That defense Carolina had that year was really, really good.
Really good, yeah.
And everybody's like, Tannehill. That kind of is what because Florida, kind of the same thing, Phil.
Mm-hmm.
Loads of adversity up until the end of the season when like November, when they said Napier's coming back. And then they put Lagway in, and all of a sudden they're competitive and good, and they beat Florida, and they beat Ole Miss. They beat LSU, they beat Ole Miss. So LSU could score with just about anybody last year.
Yeah.
They were really good on offense. Florida beat them 27-16. They held Ole Miss to 17 points. Now, Ole Miss didn't always put up points for whatever reason. See, this is another thing about Ole Miss. Let me just, since we're in here. Krager says, if Sellers wasn't Houdini, we would have given up 60 sacks. Well, but he is. So,
yeah, right. But
that's
we don't have to worry about that because he is.
That's why you need a guy like that. I'm like, but so okay. So here's my thing about the Lane Kiffin play calling fear out there. Some say, like legit reports say Charlie Weiss Jr. is calling the plays. Now, Weiss was at FAU with Kiffin the year that they went in the tank. He was also at South Florida with Jeff Scott. That was not a memorable era, right?
Mm-mm.
And he's back with Lane. That may explain some of the times they're not really lighting it up.
Yeah, that it doesn't look as explosive as you're typically associated.
Yeah, like back when like Jeff Lebby, who likes to go 1,000,000 miles an hour, was there. Maybe not. Just a little bit of a observation there about the Ole Miss Rebels.
Yeah.
Yeah, because as we've seen, when you've got a genius play caller on the sidelines, you want him to be calling plays. Now, that's why I question Clark Lee got Vanderbilt's defense so good last year.
Mm-hmm.
why would he give the calling of it over to maybe it's somebody he trusts? I don't know. I think it's going to cost him.
Yeah, it may very well. I don't know. I mean, you got to think. I know a lot of head coaches like to kind of give that duty up if they feel like it's just too much. And maybe the changing landscape of college football has Clark Lee in that mentality. Like, listen, I got a lot on my plate. I need somebody I trust to call the defense. Still his defense.
It's Mike Norvell. Mike Norvell hired Malzahn, which they're both from that Arkansas, state of Arkansas coach. Did you know Mike Norvell's from Arkansas?
I did not know Mike.
You know, there's a lot of folks that are famous from Arkansas.
Mm-hmm.
Johnny Cash.
Yeah, they crank them out down there, man. Yeah, that's
it's just like, it's weird. It's not a very populated place, but
no,
there are a lot of extremely famous people from Arkansas besides the President Clinton. Johnny Cash is from Arkansas. Guess who else? Football wise, Bear Bryant is from Arkansas.
Bryant. I did know that one. Yeah.
Senator Tommy Tuberville is from Arkansas.
Senator Tuberville.
Gus Malzahn, Arkansas. Mike Norvell, Arkansas. That's a lot. Kreger says, I think the offensive line makes the biggest jump of any group this season. Well, I don't know, Phil. I would say they were the worst overall position group on the team last year, wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah.
Carolina by a good margin.
Yeah, not necessarily the liability it was the year prior.
Yeah.
But definitely not the highest performing bunch. I'm excited to bring back the 2 tackles. I think that's going to be a solid start, but I'm pretty nervous about losing the entire interior.
Cam and the Nana Sports chat, but I think they're going to be better on the interior. I'm just bullish about that.
Now, what I do like is that the guys that they have and are talking about to fill in those guard spots are, I mean, we've seen how talented they are.
They're
and
dudes.
That's going to be good. Yeah.
I think they're better than the dudes that, Torricelli Simpkins. Yeah.
Well, I mean, a beast like that doesn't come out very often, right?
Torricelli was so good, man. But when he would make a mistake, it was like, whoa.
It was whiff city.
You know, it's like the kid that has perfect behavior, but then that one time he misbehaves, he stands up on his desk, pulls his pants down, takes a dump, throws it at everybody, starts running around. You know, that was like, oh man, there was a couple of clips, one against Clemson where TJ Parker was kind of lined up on the inside. I think it was Parker. Just the Torricelli Simpkins looked like Han Solo, frozen in the carbon.
Yeah, that's right. Just completely like you're just taking this one off, like, I don't know, a glitch.
So
but then other times he'd be, shoving his man 12 yards down the field.
Clint says Drew Alar is this year's Jackson Dart for him. Yeah, I mean, and just for clarity's sake, Clint does not like Jackson Dart. But I'm on team Clint on this one because Alar just passing the ball, I just don't know. I loved him out of high school now. Carolina offered him early. He's from Ohio. I thought he was really good. I just didn't see it.
Yeah, I'm not sold on Alar either. I don't know.
So Cam mentions SEC media days. I'd like to see Beamer take Dylan Stewart along with Sellers and Harbor. That's logical. Do they take 4 though now, don't they?
Is it 4? I thought it was still just 3.
I thought it was 4 for a little bit. I don't know. I know Beamer's not like Spurrier and Muschamp with this. He's a little different with how he does it. So
I suggested Harbor. I think on the morning show we were talking about who he would take, and I think Mike and JB shut that down real quick. They're like, Harbor's not going. Oh, okay.
Okay. I think it'd be a reward for his hard work. And
I mean, yeah, it would. I thought it made sense to like kind of build my man's confidence heading into this season, where everybody's got all eyes on him as to see what he looks like in year 3 as a wide receiver.
You need to put $10 on it, but I'll put 10 too on it. I'd take the odds.
I feel like Sellers and Harbor are the 2 strongest candidates here. And then it's that third one that you're like, oh, we need to probably pull somebody from the defense.
Yeah, dude, I'd take Stewart. I don't care if he's a sophomore. Jelon Kilgore, though.
Kilgore was mine. Yeah.
DQ Smith would be they love DQ Smith. Brian Thomas Jr. could sneak into that. The Queen of the Cock says DQ needs the OD Dial breakout year. Big time, in my opinion. He'll be riding the hot seat with all the talent behind him. He's in no jeopardy of getting. I'm just going to say this because it's easy to take shots at Smith, and I'm not saying he's an All-American. There's no scenario he's getting beat out. There's no scenario he's going to be on the bench. They absolutely love him. That's not me talking. There's just not going to happen. Everybody dreams of benching DQ Smith. It's not happening. Just like Case and Henry, nobody's benching them. It's just, your thought process is not wrong. Heck, I thought the same thing, but this is one of those situations where they're going to be in there until they're not,
Right. Yeah.
And, I think there's Brian Thomas Jr. kind of fits into that category too, but I think there's a chance because they didn't start him. He didn't start last year. First game. I mean, they put JT out there, but he did start the bowl. But there's these guys. Everything has them. Every team has them. The guys the staff really loves. But there's just no scenario, Queen. But I would like to see DQ Smith get back to making big plays.
Yeah,
I've said that before.
And I would think he'll get his opportunities. I mean, you're kind of overshadowed. Yeah. I mean, most of the defense was overshadowed last year by the 2 edge players and Nick Eamon-Warry.
Yeah.
And then beyond that, there wasn't much oxygen left in the room to talk defense.
Yeah. And I don't know, man. I saw some plays where I was like, man, get this guy off the field. I mean, when they said he wasn't going to play against Vanderbilt, I was like, so? But you know what he had last year, though? It was explained to me because I was wrong, too. So, Queen, don't feel bad. No. Don't feel bad. Don't feel like you're on this DQ Smith Island alone.
You're not on brother. DQ Smith Island yet.
is that sometimes defensive backs will have quiet years, i.e. no picks, no fumble recoveries. But that doesn't mean they're not doing their job. Yeah. That just means the opportunity didn't present itself. J.C. Horn had very few big plays when he was in Carolina. For example, how many? It was 2020 before he had his first interception. It was a beautiful pick 6. But
and some of those guys in the secondary, they scheme around, don't throw.
Yeah, he turned his. And I'm not saying that's DQ Smith. I'm not saying people are scheming around him.
No,
I'm just saying you got guys like Kilgore and Eamon-Warry, and those 2 corners were flying around and stuff. That he did his job. So we'll see. But I'm definitely not saying anybody's wrong. Kilgore, SEC media day is my opinion. Don't forget, Kilgore was first-team punt returner in spring, too, so he can hit the special team slot. And I don't think it's wrong to say Nick Harbor, Phil.
No, I don't either. I mean, I didn't think I was off base. I still don't. I mean, even though they said no.
Last year, you had a lot of unknowns, too. This year, you got some known players.
Right. I mean, why not bring that out, Yeah. So I like it. I think it would be good for putting him in the right mental state heading into fall camp.
Yeah, you're the man.
Listen, man, we're counting on you, buddy.
You're the man.
That's right. You've had an entire off season to dedicate solely to football without having to worry about track. Now's your time.
You got the 2 DC 5-stars.
Yeah, right.
Lenoris. I'm pretty sure Sellers is going to be going there, though.
I would be surprised if he did not go. But you never know.
As Torres, don't know if you're talking about Torricelli. Just joined back in. He had a crash out game against Clemson. Did not have the best game against Clemson, but did really well otherwise. Clemson, bless their hearts. They had a special game plan for the Gamecocks on defense, right? And it was just the wrong game plan.
And it just didn't work.
It's just the wrong one, dude.
It didn't work.
Don't blitz. You don't blitz that guy. What are you?
Right. And then Illinois paid attention and was like, you know what? We're not going to do.
We're not going to blitz this guy.
That.
We're not going to blitz this guy. All right. Be sure to tune in tomorrow. We'll be back with Wednesdays. What do we call Wednesday? Hump Day Wednesday. We'll have coffee, the show, the morning show in the morning. Download the Chief Sports app. Don't forget the wing off. We will be back, Mad Dog and I, tomorrow. Hope you have a good day, everybody. Everybody.